Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I toil the lands I know and watch all my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Somebody, Jamaica, this one is for you. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Rise again. Oh gosh. Somebody, azigi zumati, somebody, somebody, azigi zigi. Oh gosh, 'cause a new day begins and you're feeling down and out. New problems ahead, don't know yet what they're about. You wish you could die so the madness could be gone. It's nonsense to hide or run. Something says keep pressing on. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Whoa, whoa. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Out with me problems. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and strife. Today is the start of the rest of your life. Sing it. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Whoa, whoa. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Out with me problems. Somebody, 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 somebody. Hey. Inside of our homes, poverty still lodging there. You pack up and leave, but he'll find you anywhere. Old man lottery gives you hope of reaching dreams, but that is as far as it goes. Crossing overs too extreme. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Out with me problems. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and strife. Today is the start of the rest of your life. Sing it. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Oh gosh. So I lift my head up to the skies and question the heavens, asking why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I toil the lands I know and watch all my children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Oh gosh, Jamaica, Jamaica. Jamaica, Jamaica, we love you. Jamaica, Jamaica, we love you. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Ha. He talked through most of my life, though I've never seen his face. But I trust him strong, he will never ever be replaced. Though employment low and the crime rate's risen high, he tells me hold on to me dreams, still climb high, reach for the sky. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Oh gosh, a voice in my head keep talk to me. Out with me problems, it tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and strife. Today is the start of the rest of your life. Sing. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A voice in my head keep talk to me. Out with me problems. So I lift my head up to the sky and question the heavens, asking why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I toil the lands I know and watch my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence? A voice in my head keep talking, keep walking with me. A voice in my head keep walking, keep talking. Jamaica, 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 Jamaica. We love you, Jamaica.
As only the general could do it. Voice in my head. 30 years and going strong for that one. And we need the strength to persist today more than ever. Welcome to each and to every one of you, wherever you're watching from around the globe. Welcome to One Love Jamaica Mediathon. It is a multi-media mediathon being hosted right here in Barbados as we raise much needed funds for Jamaica. I'm one of your presenters here this evening. I'm Gaynell Marshall, and with me, my colleagues that I've worked with over the years. I never thought we'd have this moment together at all.
Well, sorry to say it's because of something negative, but it's always a pleasure to have you and CC in company. Welcome, I'm Mark Anthony.
And as you just said, my name is Caroline C.C. Reed, and this truly is all of the media houses here in Barbados coming together for this cause. And we want you to also be part of it because you have a chance now to donate. So we're going to give you some information right off the top. We're going to have a lot more entertainment. We're going to be hearing from some persons who would have gone through the experience, who are spearheading some of the recovery efforts. So at this time, I want you guys to make sure that you have your pen and paper ready. We are going to put this up on the screen throughout the evening, throughout the Mediathon. But right now, if you are in Barbados and you want to donate and you can donate, here's how you can do it. So look for the account name, Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster Relief. And that's going to be the CIBC First Caribbean International Bank. You've got the account number of 1086924. That's 1086924. It is a checking account. The branch is Sheraton, and that branch transit number 09586. That's 09586. And making it easy for you so you can first pay your donations as well. And that number you want to do that to is 1-246-233 4447, or the email address for First Pay is the finance officer at barbadosredcross.com. So that is for your local Barbados banking, all of you who want to donate locally from Barbados. And I know we have other ways that you're going to share with us, right, Anthony?
Indeed, for international wire transfers in US dollars, the beneficiary is the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. The beneficiary account is 1086924. The account type, checking. The branch is Sheraton and the branch transit 09586. Correspondent bank, Wells Fargo Bank, New York, Swift code PNB PUS 3NNYC. Now, it's pretty detailed, and as we indicated earlier, this information will appear on the screen, so you'll have the opportunity to make note. The AB code 026005092, and the beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Barbados Limited, Swift code CIB, FCIB, BBBB. It's pretty intense sometimes.
It is, but you know what? Details matter, and especially for those of you who are paying in pounds sterling, we also have a way for you to do it as well. The beneficiary, Barbados Red Cross Society, Disaster RL. The beneficiary account is 1086924. It is also a checking account. The branch is registered at Sheraton, with the branch transit number being 09586. And the correspondent bank, for those of you paying in pounds sterling, is Barclays Bank PLC in London. The SWIFT code is BARCGB22. The beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Barbados Limited, SWIFT code FCIBBBB. BB. That's 5 B's at the end. The good news is that we're giving you some pertinent information. It is CIBC and Sheraton. Once you Google that information, the SWIFT code comes up. If you do it for pounds and the beneficiary bank, their codes also come up. So even if you didn't get it all down the first time, you can definitely use the little clues that we're giving you to get that together. So right about now, we are in for a message of solidarity from no less a person than the Right Honourable Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
My fellow Barbadians, members of the diaspora and wider Caribbean tuned into this One Love Jamaica Mediathon, thank you for being with us this evening. Today, we gather in the spirit of unity and purpose for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. Across our region, we understand that we are more than just countries that share geographical space. We are one Caribbean, and we are one family. And when one of us faces hardship, it is deeply felt by us all. And the love and outpouring that has taken place across my country, Barbados, and the region since the passage of Hurricane Melissa is a testament to this. Indeed, you are watching this appeal right now because you care. Now is an opportunity to turn that care into action. Barbados has always answered the call. Bajans have always stepped forward to care, to give, to stand with others. I ask you, let us do so again today. The One Love Jamaica Mediathon gives us each a chance to help. It is an opportunity to give what we can and to remind our Jamaican family that they are not walking alone. We stand together in solidarity, and we will make it through this difficult time together. Your donations, no matter the size, will make a profound difference, and the Barbados Red Cross will ensure that every contribution reaches those who need it most. To all who are watching or listening, thank you for being a part of this special moment. And may I say that I feel it even more acutely because I happen to have been in Jamaica for Hurricane Gilbert, and I know what it took for us to recover during that week from that hurricane, which was nowhere near as devastating as Hurricane Melissa. We've all seen the photographs. We've all heard the stories. I want, therefore, to ask you, do your part. And I want to thank the University of the West Indies and all partners for bringing this One Love Jamaica Mediathon together. May God bless you. May God bless Jamaica. May God bless Jamaicans who are enduring this most difficult time. And may He continue to bless our entire Caribbean region. For we are ever too conscious that today may be for you, but tomorrow may be for me. This is the reality in the new era of a climate crisis. Let us do our part and let us uplift our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. I thank you.
And thank you, of course, to our Prime Minister, Mia Motley, for that message of solidarity. And speaking of solidarity, all the media companies have come together here in Barbados. So however you're tuned in, however you're watching, we thank you for joining us this afternoon. And in fact, we're going to go to our call center where Christo J. Paul at STARCOM Network is located. And Christo J., I think you have some exciting news for us because an hour ago we had one tally and we know that that has gone up already. So thank you so much for your donations already as they continue to roll in. So we're going to hear from Krista J. Paul and the call center team. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Cece, Gaynell, and of course, Mark. Yes, we're here live in Studio 3, STARCOM Network in Bridgetown, and we're so honored to be able to do this in partnership with media houses across Barbados and, of course, UWI Cave Hill campus. Now listen, I'm encouraging you to give. Wherever you are around the world, we've made it possible for you to give. The account number is 1086924, 1086924, CIBC. And you can give, it's US dollars, you can give in pound sterling, and of course, Barbados dollars here as well. I'm at the call center, and the number to call is 434-1034. Let's say it again. 434-1034. It rings, right? It rhymes. It has a ring to it. 434-1034. So you can dial that number and you'll be on to make your pledges and donations here with us at the call center. You can also send a WhatsApp message to 231-8430. That's 231-8430. All right, so that's 434-1034, 231-8430. All right, easy to remember. And of course, we'll be giving that information to you throughout the broadcast as we are here live from Bridgetown, encouraging you to give no matter where in the world you are. As you would have heard in the ad, every mickle make a muckle. Every bit counts, all right? No matter how small, we're encouraging you to give. And I have my colleague here, Philippe Amy, who was in Jamaica, and he had first-hand experience. I'm going to invite Philippe to the fore right now. Yes, the phone lines are going. Thank you. 434-1034. Philippe, good afternoon to you. How are you? Come over a little bit more for us. How are you today?
I'm good, Krista J. How are you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you had first-hand experience being there in Jamaica. What was it like for you there? And describe the setting for us.
Well, I'll take you back to the first day when I landed in Jamaica. We were staying in Kingston. And landing in Kingston, you got the impression that, you know, we heard about this hurricane. We saw the videos before we even left Barbados. And landing in Kingston, we saw nothing really. Things were happening smoothly. And it's only on that second day when we started to drive, we went to St. Anne's and Trelawney first. And along the way, the first site of damage we saw, we counted 85 poles on the left side of the road, opposite the beach side, broken in half, consecutive poles. And that was the very first site that we got as a group of what this hurricane did to Jamaica. We understood immediately that where we were headed towards the damage to the western side. And if that was just the beginning in terms of seeing the damage, utility poles broken, like I said, broken in half consecutively along the road. And it was very startling for me, to be quite honest with you. My role in going to Jamaica was to kind of shadow SEDIMA, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, and to try to understand outside of the damage. We know a Category 5, we can understand and appreciate, imagine the type of damage it will do. Roofs, houses, and so on, people displaced. The death count is 45 at this present point in time, but still many other people missing and so on, communities. Up to the time I left, there were still 35 communities still marooned. So like I said, those are the type of challenges, but what I wanted to witness was the emergency response. Again, we know that we live in a zone where we can expect these hurricanes. It's not really a question of when or, you know, if and so on. We know that hurricanes will come, whether it's Barbados, Jamaica, Bahamas, Dominica, Grenada, and so on. I wanted to see and understand what hurricane response is really like, analyze what the government was doing on the ground, the different agencies that are responsible for relief efforts and so on. And it's extremely challenging. I think Jamaica, the landscape makes it difficult. So if we can understand, you know, Barbados is a relatively flat, we have a vast road network. In Jamaica, you know, those road networks are not theirs yet in some parts of the countryside. So again, it showed us immediately the challenges that the relief organizations were going to have. And I think the devastation, like I said, is not something I've seen before, but the resilience, this is what I want to talk about mainly. The resilience.
Like a few seconds left.
Yeah, no problem. The resilience of the Jamaican people, I think, is extremely, extremely formidable. I've not seen that type of fortitude before in the midst of a disaster. Everybody was hands to the plow and ready to pretty much assist those in the western side of Jamaica.
Thank you so much, Philippe. And this is why it's important to give. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we're seeing footage here of the damage there in Jamaica, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Krista J. And as we mentioned, we're going to repeat those numbers, those bank account numbers. And as we said earlier, we're going to have some guests in studio with us. So, Gaina, why don't you introduce our guests?
Oh, my pleasure. We have with us today President of the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Paul Innes. How are you, Paul?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. We even got your own microphone.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
we got
I
you
do.
your own microphone. We're well equipped. Now, naturally, you represent a collection of businesses in Barbados, and maybe even throughout the region. How are you playing your particular role, and what do we need to know about what the BCCI is currently embarking on with this recovery effort and restoration effort?
Okay, so it's great to be here and to contribute to this worthwhile initiative, this Mediathon. And the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry is playing a pivotal role within the ambit of the Barbados Private Sector Association. So you would hear about BPSA. And we're also partnering with the CPSO which is the CARICOM Private Sector Association or organization. That is a much wider organization that is the umbrella for all the businesses within the CARICOM region. So from that, you would get the feel and understand that the Barbados Chamber of Commerce is not only is not going at it alone, but that we're working with various partners locally and regionally. The chamber members are made up of all local registered businesses, and you would appreciate that some of our members are regional organizations, similar to the company I work for, and there are others, well-known brands in Barbados like Sagicor, Goddard's, and a few others. And we are actually partnering from several different perspectives. So we are encouraging and have been engaging with retailers, distributors, manufacturers within the chamber, first to identify, based on the support that Jamaica expressly and specifically mentioned that they need. So we've worked with our membership to see what items they can donate. And then in addition to that, there are local companies or members and persons in Barbados who would want to also contribute materials, items, whatever is listed. And we're working with our members to see what discounts can be given to those who will also want to participate as well. So that is one of the streams. The second stream is around financial donations. So not every company may want to physically donate. And there's an avenue and opportunity for a membership to also donate monetarily. One of the good things we're seeing within our member companies is staff who has an interest to contribute. And some companies are also matching staff contributions. So that is a fantastic development.
For sure. So what you're speaking of is not just monetary donations, but also infrastructural support where it's needed. And by the way, we will also have a list of items that we can share with you that have been specifically requested. So in lieu of actual physical donations in terms of monetary donations, if you have things, extra supplies, clean clothing, especially the non-working, non-formal type, we can give you a list of some of those items so you can say, hey, I can also be of service there as well. What would be your message to your, not only your member partners, but perhaps even partners that are not necessarily a part of the BCCI, but who could still play a significant role?
Yeah, so I mean, generally to the business community, I think we have a responsibility when times like these arise. It is from the communities that we actually become successful. And that is where our responsibility, I think, arise. And therefore, I would encourage any and all businesses, irrespective of whether you're a member of the Barbados Chamber of Commerce, to see, look within and see how and what you can contribute to help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica.
Thank you so much, Paul, for taking the time today. And we really, really appreciate what the BCCI and other membership partners have been able to put together in terms of support for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we are going to turn over to the principal of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, Professor Clive Landis.
To everyone who is tuned in or is listening to the One Love Jamaica Mediathon this afternoon. My name's Clive Landis. I'm the principal of the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. I actually was due to fly out on October the 28th to attend the UWI's Mona graduation in Jamaica, when, of course, on that day, Hurricane Melissa slammed into Jamaica and wrought all this incredible devastation. It really has been an amazing shock for everyone here at the Cave Hill campus to witness what has transpired. One of the partners on our Mediathon is the Red Cross. And they issued a report just a few days ago indicating that 30,000 homes had been devastated by Melissa, and that 180,000 people have been directly affected. And a third of Jamaicans are without electricity. So as soon as we saw the scale of the impact of Melissa here as a campus, we immediately got together and we said, well, what can we do? What can we do practically to offer our help? And it's sad to say that we actually have some practice in this area because, of course, these intense hurricanes are hitting the Caribbean regularly and actually with increasing frequency. So we had already experienced Maria, which devastated Dominica, Dorian, which devastated the Bahamas, Beryl, which devastated parts of Grenada and St. Vincent and Jamaica. And for each of these, we had launched fundraising initiatives and other ways of rendering assistance due to the expertise that we have within the university. So the first call that we received was through the Caribbean Disaster and Emergency Management Agency to nominate people who can provide psychological counseling on an immediate basis. Because there's so much trauma which follows in the wake of a hurricane, not just the people who have been themselves traumatized directly, but also, for example, family members who might be traumatized in many ways, whether through worry, feelings of guilt and being financially cut off, for example. So psychological counseling is something that we can offer that expertise, and we nominated a whole host of experts who very quickly stepped forward. In the case of Maria and Beryl, we actually hosted T20 celebrity cricket matches here at the pitch, the 3Ws Oval at Cave Hill, in order to raise funds for those particular hurricane impacts. For this particular impact by Hurricane Melissa, we thought that we really had to go bigger and deeper. But those partners that we had established for the T20 celebrity cricket matches, we actually called upon them again, and they're all here represented on the Mediathon. So all of the stations of the STARCOM network, the Nation newspaper, CBC and Barbados Today, we have often collaborated with on various events, and the Red Cross and the DEM, the Department of Emergency Management, the Caribbean Broadcast Union. It's a big coalition who are putting on this Mediathon. And at the center of this is actually UE TV. So UE has its own TV station. The studios are here at the Cave Hill campus. So I wish to give a shout out to Janet Carew. That's actually Dr. Janet Carew. She earned her PhD just at this October's graduation. And Maxi Baldeo and his team, they are actually hosting the TV segment of the Mediathon in the UE TV studios. The call-in lines and the radio part of the Mediathon are hosted by STARCOM in their studios. Now, the way that the Mediathon is able to raise funds and disperse them is through a QR code, which allows for credit card donations. I'm sure that you've been pointed to this QR code already. And the donation site is actually managed by the UE bursary, so in our accounting section. Now, the University of the West Indies is a fully audited in fact, externally audited institution. So you can be absolutely certain if you donate through this QR code using your credit card that there is an audit trail and that all of the funds which are collected are audited and accounted for, and they all go to the intended destination, which in this case, the use of these funds will be directed through the Red Cross, who is really in the best position to make the funds count to the maximum effect. There are also ways in which you can donate in cash. I will allow other persons on this Mediathon to indicate where those collection sites are, but one of them is here at the Cave Hill campus during ordinary working hours, during working days of the week, where persons can make cash donations as well. So it just remains for me to say an enormous thank you for the teams of the University of the West Indies, headed by Dr. Henderson Carter, and all of the partners who have come together at very short notice to put on this One Love Jamaica Mediathon. We also thank the government and the Red Cross and everyone who has been involved. But mostly we thank you, all of you who are participating in this Mediathon. You know, you don't have to be part of a regional institution as we are to really feel that sort of sense of pain and grief when another part of the Caribbean is really hit in this way, in a devastating weather event. And I think we all feel the same way, that we just want to help, and all of our thoughts are with everyone affected in Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean which have suffered from Melissa. All of my blessings on everyone who has been affected, and blessings to you as well who are interested in donating in this Mediathon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Landis. And of course, we are here, UETV. You just would have mentioned and heard Professor Landis mention that this is where we are holding this Mediathon. So thank you so much to UETV for making it possible, and Professor Landis for those kind words. And now we continue. We head over to the Cynthia Wilson Art and Lecture Theater. We're going to have spoken word from none other than the Mr. Spoken Word himself. Adrian Green here is here to give us his talents so that you can make your calls right now, make your donations as we help and support our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. This is the One Love Jamaica Mediathon as we take in spoken word from Adrian Green.
You have what it takes. You have what it takes to recoup, to regroup, to recalibrate, to take your foot off the brakes of your life and accelerate towards the destiny that is your final destination. And anything less would be a total desecration of the sacred temple that you are, because you are blessed with visions only you can see. You've been given dreams that only you can make a reality. And to rob the world of your unique contribution would be a tragedy, because you have what it takes. You have what it takes to take those dreams from behind your eyelids to right in front of your very eyes, from the back of your mind or right in your front lawn, or anywhere you want it, flaunt it. Your greatness is not to be kept secret. It ain't like the good cutlery that only special guests get to peek it, seek it. And when you find it, shine it like a star, a light to guide others like you, lost stars, to their rightful place in the sky. You have what it takes. You have what it takes to shake off the shackles of fear off of your shoulders, ankles, and wrists, and dive into the abyss of perils and risk, making mistakes and missteps, but still pumping your fist in victory. Confidence is not arrogance, and though life is full of mystery, we should never be mystified. In the court of history, our ancestors have already testified that we have what it takes. By their very survival, when death would have been an easy escape, our ancestors expressed their faith that we, their descendants, would one day wake and take our rightful place in the race, firm and forceful, but full of grace. Through your tongues, your ancestors taste success, and through their sacrifices, you are blessed. So nothing less than your best is required. It's time to get fired up and quake all those who would underrate you, so they will never again ask you if you have what it takes. Because it would be obvious for everybody to see that you do have what it takes.
Thank you so much, Adrian Green. We don't call him Mr. Spoken Word for nothing. Well, the words that we're going to be speaking, they're going to sound repetitive, but they are definitely purposeful because we need to make sure you do have the banking information to hand. Now, I'm going to work the other way around. I'm going to go to the UK and work our way back. For those of you who will be making contributions in pound sterling, boy, do we appreciate you. And we are looking at the beneficiary being the Barbados Red Cross Society, Disaster RL. The beneficiary account is 1086924. It is a checking account. It is registered at Sheraton, which the branch transit number is 09586. The correspondent bank, for those of you paying in pound sterling, is Barclays Bank, PLC in London. Swift code BARCGB22, and CIBC Bank Barbados Limited is indeed the beneficiary bank with the Swift code FCI followed by 5 Bs. FCI followed by 5 Bs. We also have for those in paying in other currencies and what that looks like.
Okay, so of course, if you are in Barbados and you are one of our wonderful listeners, watchers, viewers, supporters, if you are here, you can, again, the account name is the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster Relief Fund, and the bank is CIBC First Caribbean International Bank. The beneficiary account number is 1086924. It's a checking account. You can get your branch at Sheraton, and that branch transit 09586. And really quickly, the first pay number for you, 1246 233 4447, and 246 233 4447, and that first pay email address is financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. So we want you to donate. That's why we're here today, because we have our brothers and sisters just about 3 weeks after Hurricane Melissa touched down, and we're still reeling from the devastation, and the recovery efforts have only now begun, so every little bit does count. And we have another guest in our wonderful studio here at UETV. We have Mr. James Clark, the Barbados Private Sector Association Chair. So welcome to you, Mr. Clark, and thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay, well, we heard a little bit earlier from one of your colleagues in terms of the support that we as the private sector and businesses are doing. So what are we doing, and how are we supporting our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, specifically how you and your organization are?
Okay, so thank you for having me. The BPSA is an umbrella organization for all of the business service organizations in Barbados. So like the Chamber of Commerce, the Bankers, Small Business Association, and so on. There are quite a number of them. And so basically, and then we're also members of the Caribbean Private Sector Association, who are involved with CARICOM. So we basically sit in between. So we help, at this moment, we help with the communication between CARICOM, CPSO, and then through to all the other business service organizations. And at the moment, most of our work has been around logistics and what's available, how to get it there, what do people need, and what's the best way to do it. Yeah.
So in terms of that, what have you messages that you're getting out of Jamaica right now? We did mention some of the items that are needed right now, but from your standpoint and what you're hearing, your feedback, what are some of the most urgent needs of the people of Jamaica?
From what we can see, especially from the Jamaican government information that they put out, still very much relief items, building materials, medical medicines, medical equipment, tarpaulins, even just generators, just all things that tarpaulins, just things that you would need like in the immediate aftermath of something like that, water purification, equipment, or even tablets and so on. So it really and truly is still very much a it obviously very fluid, and because the devastation is so bad, that's the real need right now. And I think it's important to remember when we're giving. I think that's why we're asking people to donate money. At this time, we want to give well. We want to give to make sure that whatever we give has the chance to have the greatest impact for people and to fill those immediate needs that are required, because these are the needs at the moment. But when you look at the level of devastation and the infrastructure that has to be rebuilt, people's houses, businesses, their family, everything is incredible. So this need is gonna continue on, but that's one of the main things to remember. We need to give well. We need to give a very targeted response.
True. And as we say in Barbados, we don't want it to be a one and done, but how do you see us showing support going forth?
So this is the thing. I think we need to monitor very closely, and I think this is where the Jamaican government and also the various aid agencies and certainly the business service organizations, once we can get feedback from the ground, what's going on, what is needed next, and we can anticipate, but it's really better to get the direct feedback. This is what we need, this is when we need it by, and this is how much of whatever it is. And I think it's important to keep that messaging going on as ongoing. It's not like, well, we have a radiothon today and that's it, right? No, it's there will be constant need. And I think just keeping that dialogue open and the information flowing would really help us a lot to know where, again, how do we give well.
I think so. And I appreciate that we're listening to the needs of the people instead of saying, no, this is what you need. No. We're actually listening and responding to what we're hearing. So that's what you're doing today. Of course, any donation that you make goes towards these worthy causes. And we are trying to meet the needs of where they are. So we want to thank you guys so much for donating, for being here, for giving of your time on this Sunday afternoon to make sure that all of our listeners and viewers, they have an opportunity to know what's going on, know what this Mediathon is all about. It's just showing love to Jamaica, but also implementing real changes and getting the today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and keep on working and keep on going. So thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, James, for joining us.
Thank you.
And now we're going to turn our attention. We have a very special message coming to you from the Red Cross.
Hello, friends. My name is Lois Pace, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the International Federation of Red Cross Societies, the world's largest humanitarian network. Today, my heart is firmly with family and friends in Jamaica affected by Hurricane Melissa. This historic storm has left behind devastation that is honestly hard to put into words. Homes have been destroyed, livelihoods have been interrupted, communities are left grieving and trying to hold on to whatever remains. But even in this heartbreak, something powerful is rising. The spirit of the Jamaican people, the solidarity of the Caribbean and our diaspora as a whole, and the unwavering commitment of volunteers across the network of the Federation who have been there from the very beginning. Before Melissa even hit, the Jamaica Red Cross Society was preparing shelters, supporting families, and helping people reach safer ground. And when the storm arrived, their volunteers did what they always do. They stepped up. Even as their own homes were damaged, they kept serving, offering comfort, carrying hope, and standing shoulder to shoulder with their neighbors. At the Federation of Red Cross Societies, we've been right there with them, and we will stay long after the headlines fade. We're helping people return home safely, supporting communities as they rebuild roofs and livelihoods, making sure people have clean water, essential supplies for daily life, and the mental health support they so desperately need. But recovery isn't fast, nor is it simple. Recovery is dignity restored, hope rebuilt, and countries rising stronger than before. Jamaica indeed has a long road ahead, and no one should have to rock that road alone. So today I'm asking you from the heart, please stand with Jamaica. Your support can help a woman rebuild her business or a farmer replant his crop. It can help a child not fear the wind or the rain. It can help a volunteer keep showing up with courage and with love, because that's solidarity. It's also humanity. And there are many ways you can help. You can use your voice to share Jamaica's story so the world doesn't look away. You can offer your time by volunteering with your local Red Cross, or you can make a financial contribution, because every gift helps us reach more people faster and when it matters most. Thank you for caring. Thank you for giving. And thank you for standing with the people of Jamaica as they rise, rebuild, and reclaim their future.
Thank you so much for that incredible message coming from the Red Cross. And one thing I took from it is long after the media headlines have started to slow down, we have to keep the messaging and we have to keep the information flowing. We are only as strong as our fellow brothers and sisters. So I want to introduce you to a very strong sister right here. She is the Executive Director of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, better known as SEDEMA. And we want to welcome you, Elizabeth Riley. How are you this evening?
I'm a little under the weather, but I'm here because this is very important.
Very important, yes, indeed. Now, SEDEMA, by your title alone, this is really what you deal with, and it's not always a happy topic. It's definitely something that we have to get into at a very structural level and at a level that people can understand readily. So what can you help us with?
Well, SEDEMA's already been helping. Since before the event, we actually had personnel on the ground supporting the national office in Jamaica in coordinating, but also setting up emergency telecommunication systems so that the parish disaster committees could be able to communicate after the event. And subsequently, we've done a range of things. We've continued our operational support in the office. We've provided additional telecommunication support and equipment on the ground, including Starlinks to boost the connectivity. We've provided a rapid needs assessment team with the support of financing from the CARICOM Development Fund. And this has allowed for a rapid, accurate assessment of the impact, including at the sectoral level and also to people. And we've also been discussing matters of recovery. We've partnered with Carolec to make sure that the electrical distribution line repairmen could get in, and this was in support with the UK FCDO.
Now, with the intensity of a Category 5, because as we were chatting earlier, you know, like when one has never made landfall like this, especially in Jamaica, who has been known to be hit by some things in the past, how does that impact your efforts and your strategic plans for getting people up into some level of normalcy as quick as possible?
Well, it starts actually from the planning stages, because in fact we had 4 SEDEMA states under threat from this system. So it was about strategically coordinating with the partners who support us in the response. We were in discussions with the UK about the Turks and Caicos Islands. We had partners who were on standby to support the Bahamas. And of course, we were in collaboration already with our colleagues in Haiti. So this type of event is a major event. And it means that all of the resources that we bring to bear from across our 20 participating states, as well as all of the partners that we work with, World Food Program, all the other UN agencies, all the donors, the private sector, including the CARICOM private sector organization, as well as non-governmental organizations, including the Red Cross. They were all on board coordinating with us, already putting in place areas that they were going to provide support with.
Now, admittedly, SEDEMA doesn't exactly rise to top of mind unless there is an actual tragedy, and then we see you jump into action. But where do we see and feel SEDEMA without seeing and feeling SEDEMA?
Well, we feel it every day because we work very closely with every National Emergency Management Office. In Barbados, it's called the Department for Emergency Management, but we have those equivalents across all of our other 19 states. We work with them every day, preparing, making sure that we're looking at policy issues, legislation issues, because all of these softer measures are really the critical things that are needed to give proper effect to response, but also to build resilience against all of the different types of hazards that we face, not just the hurricanes, but earthquakes. We had volcanic eruption in St. Vincent just a couple of years ago. So all of these are treated by SEDEMA, and we do training, we prepare personnel, and you name it, and we do it.
And among your states, how do you think we can shore up our resilience? We may not be able to impact whether or not we get hit, but it's our response. How can we shore up our resilience?
Oh, absolutely. It's really an individual responsibility working in collaboration with the government. It's a partnership. And this is a message that we always try to send, because governments cannot do it all. Right. And this is why private sector comes into play. The non-governmental organizations come into play, and individual decisions that we make as citizens of our countries on how we take care of our homes, if we put hurricane straps on our roofs, if we decide to access cash before an event actually impacts us, if we fill our car with gasoline, if we clear the drain outside of our homes, or just the gullies and the wells. All of these are important small measures that build resilience in countries and contribute to the resilience.
So everyone has a role to play.
Absolutely.
And you heard it here from the executive director herself. Thank you so much for taking time. We wish you so much better, because we are going to need you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, Gaynell, you kind of took the words right out of my mouth, because I was wondering, I know that SEDEMA is such in the forefront when there is an emergency. But as you just mentioned, I'm so glad you asked that question, Gaynell, because as you just mentioned, there's so many things that we individually can do to make it happen, to kind of, as you mentioned, we can't predict when a disaster may strike. Indeed. But we can be prepared. As they always say, a Boy Scout, you're always prepared. So preparation may not always be the best thing, but it's better than nothing, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us
You're
here
more than
today.
welcome.
And we're still counting on your donations. We're still counting on your support. Hopefully we'll get a tally very soon from Crystal J from the call center. But right now we've got a more amazing Barbados talent coming your way. Let us introduce to you Peach Bless. What a feeling.
It's a blessing to be here and to share the love. One Love Jamaica. This song is entitled What a Feeling. Oh yeah, yeah. Whoa, as the sun rises and I open up my eyes. What a feeling, what a feeling. As the sun rises, Jah open up my eyes. What a feeling, what a feeling. Lord, you woke me up this morning. I'm giving thanks to you, Father. You let me see another day. What more could I ask for? I get down on my knees and pray. Never let me be ungrateful. Never let me go astray. So bless my going out and bless my coming in. Keep shining the light that guides me as the sun rises and I open up my eyes. What a feeling, what a feeling. As the sun rises, Jah open up my eyes. What a feeling, what a feeling. Lord, you woke me up this morning. Some don't remember you, Father, only when they're feeling pain. You're such a merciful Father, forgive them again and again. Never be doubtful when you hear me say to love Jah with all your heart and for all your days. Whoa, as the sun rises and I open up my eyes. What a feeling, what a feeling. As the sun counting my blessings, not put no one above you. Open up my heart to a love that is so true. I've learned my lesson to put no one before you. Here I am, Father, I am nothing without you. I am nothing without you. Nothing without you. As the sun rises and I open up my eyes, what a feeling, what a feeling. As the sun rises, Jaja, open up my eyes, what a feeling, what a feeling. Lord, you woke me up this morning. And if the Creator with you this morning, we gotta give thanks every time. It's One Love Jamaica. Yeah, Lord, you woke me up this morning. Oh yeah, Lord, you woke me up this morning.
Amen to that. And we are so grateful that we were woken up today, because as long as we are up and above ground, we can help somebody else and lift them up as well. And we're going to do that through our donations. So this Mediathon is right across Barbados, right across the region, and across the world. So if you are looking to make your donation in US dollars, we've got some important information for you. The beneficiary is the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. The beneficiary account is 1086924. It is a checking account. It is located at Sheraton. The branch transit number is 09586. You can also check with your correspondent bank, which is Wells Fargo Bank in New York. The SWIFT code PNBPUS3NNYC. ABA code is 026005092. The beneficiary bank being CIBC Caribbean Bank Barbados, SWIFT code FCI, followed by 5 Bs. And if you're making a non-monetary donation, which, believe you me, is also very essential, among the basic needs are non-perishable items that can be dropped off at the DEM warehouse in Pelican Village. You can also donate basic, clean, everyday clothing, as in not work, not formal. This is everyday comfort, jeans, shorts, t-shirts, dresses, skirts, what have you. Cleaning supplies like mops, gloves, buckets, disinfectant. We don't think about these things until we say clean up and we look around and we have nothing. So those things will come in very, very handy. And of course, hygiene items as well, particularly hygiene items for babies and women. So anything along that line, you can make that as your donation. We're going to welcome back Mark Anthony to the studio, who has another special guest with us.
Thanks, Ginal. And it's good for you to stay with us. We've also got the element of phones. There's a phone bank. The call center remains open. 234-1034. You may have seen the numbers across the screen. 234-1034 and 231-8430. 231-8430. In studio with us is Fabiana Alexander, who's president of the Red Cross Society. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's good to have you here. And the first thing that we want to know from you is your role as Red Cross with reference to helping the people of Jamaica.
I am currently the president of the Barbados Red Cross Society. And we, as a Red Cross movement, we work very closely together. Whenever one national society is affected, we pull together. Within the Caribbean region, there are 16 national societies and also a regional office. So we're all supporting the relief efforts in Jamaica. We've deployed staff to Jamaica, and currently from before the hurricane would have hit, the National Society in Jamaica would have been preparing working with the International Federation. You would have had a message earlier from our regional head. We've been supporting the efforts, the recovery efforts. So currently, we were seeking to raise 23 million US internationally. So the efforts here locally will help to support the funding that we're trying to raise to support the efforts in Jamaica. Since the hurricane hit, over 160 tons of goods have been already sent to Jamaica. We know that these types of events, it will take a while to recover. Unfortunately, we were still recovering from Hurricane Beryl last year.
Wow.
And this is going to take quite some time to fully recover. So every cent is important. Every cent is going to help in the recovery efforts.
Now, it's been a tremendous effort having the Red Cross being involved with this activity. Now, you spoke about relief efforts. You talked about a financial donation.
Yes.
But what about, talked about essentials such as first aid, things like food, basic clothing.
So all of those things currently are being provided. As I mentioned, among the 160 tons of goods that have landed in Jamaica so far are essential items, housing, tarpaulins, water, what we call shelter kits. So they're kits to help persons restore their homes,
Yes.
to rebuild and to start the rebuilding efforts. We're also supporting in, I believe, about 300 of the shelters. There are still persons in shelters, and our volunteers on the ground are helping with the shelters. Another one of those critical areas that the Red Cross locally is also supporting is cash and voucher assistance for livelihoods. So individuals who have lost their homes, who've lost their jobs, who've lost their livelihoods, we provide cash support. Another one, we've just had some calls or persons who are asking us about individuals who are still unable to find their families. One of our other programs is called Restoring Family Links. So during a disaster such as this, during any crises, our Restoring Family Links program helps persons to find their families on the ground.
Now, speaking of families, what about children? Have schools reopened? What's going on with the nation's children?
Unfortunately, many schools have been devastated. The damages in Jamaica have been catastrophic. So there are still schools that have not reopened, businesses that have not reopened. I would have had a question this week from one of our local businesses trying to find their staff in Jamaica still. So the damage really is unimaginable right now, and we all need to pull together to support.
These stories would bring you to tears.
Absolutely.
And we certainly would like you to assist us through your contributions during this Mediathon. I mean, it's really overwhelming. I mean, later this evening, you'll also hear from some students from Jamaica who are in Barbados, and they'll be joining us on set later this evening.
Yes, that is correct. But we want to thank you so much, Fabiana, for taking the time with
Thank
us.
you.
And we really do appreciate everything that the Red Cross is able to do, how you're able to literally marshal your troops and get feet on the ground to get working.
Yes, that's what we're here for, and we are honored to have partnered with UE and the media in Barbados to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us here this afternoon. Right now, I understand we get to turn our attention right over to the ALT because we have another performance at this time around. It is going to be a Santa. But what I will do is I will go through the information in terms of the banking information from time to time. We'll see it on the screen. But just so you know, CIBC is definitely the common factor here. So whether you are making your donations locally or from afar, we will make sure that you have that information. But right now, I think we can use some musical relief and fabulous talent coming from a Santa, with this one called Rise Up.
You're broken down and tired of of living life on a merry-go-round, and you could fight the fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, and I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up high like the waves. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll bring the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up high like the waves. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I'll rise up and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, hey, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. We will rise, and we will rise. Whoa, whoa, we will rise, and we rise up high like the waves. We rise up in spite of the ache. We rise up and we'll do it 1,000 times again. And we rise up high like the waves. We rise up in spite of the ache. We rise up and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful rendition. Now remember, your call number for checking in with the phone bank is 434-1034. As a matter of fact, we're going to throw back over to our phone bank central over there at STARCOM Network with Christo J. Paul. So this is what is happening. From time to time, we're going to have guests, we're going to have performers, we are going to have people from membership agencies that can definitely feed into what is happening. So what we're going to do is first check in with Christo J. Let's see if we can get ourselves an updated number to see where we are with donations.
Yes, we are here live at STARCOM Network. And listen, we need for you to call 434-1034. That's 434-1034. 434-1034. You can say it over and over again. We need you to call because we need to have your pledges in. Okay? We all need to let you know as well that we are accepting cash. We're accepting funds. We're accepting your donations here at STARCOM Network on River Road in Bridgetown. So you call 434-1034. You can also come here to STARCOM Network. You can also give via First Pay, and we're going to have that number for you. And you can have your donation sent to 1086924 CIBC, Barbados Red Cross. All right? So 434-1034. There you go, 434-1034. We have the phone lines ringing, and we need to have you call 434-1034 to make your donations. The team is on standby here. We have a lovely team here. They're ready to serve you. They are ready to answer your calls. They're ready to take your calls. They're ready to take your donations here if you come here straight to STARCOM Network on River Road in Bridgetown. Again, 434-1034, 434-1034. You make the call and make your pledge. We definitely have your need your donations here. And I want to say as well, if those of you who are watching overseas, if you're watching in Dubai, if you're watching in Cambodia, wherever you're watching somewhere in Europe, we need to hear from you. €1, €5, £1, £5, £10, hey, nobody will stop you from giving £1,000, okay? You can donate at the number provided, 1086924. That's the bank account number. There's a U.S. account. There is a pound sterling account as well. You can call here as well if you wish to, 1-246-434-1034. That's 1-246-434-1034. You can call us here and you'll be directed as to how you can make your pledges, make your donations, no matter where you are in the world. We've made it comfortable for you. We've made it easy and accessible. Back to the studio in Studio One.
Thank you so much, Christo J., who, by the way, was the voice of this entire thing. So she gave us some quick fire, rapid fire Jamaican patois lessons towards the end. And we appreciate you, girl. We appreciate you. So right now, I'm going to reintroduce Mark Anthony, and he has a very special guest, a student right here at the Cave Hill campus, but from Jamaica.
Well, we mentioned earlier about some students that we're going to have on set. And we've got Haley Brown from the Faculty of Law. She's a first-year student, and she's from one of the areas severely impacted by Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Welcome to our studio. It must be heart-wrenching, to say the least, when you think about the devastation at home.
It really is. My name is Jada Bullock. I'm the president of JASAC. And this is Haley Brown as well.
That's
and
right.
I'm a second-year law student, and I'm from Trelawney, and that was one of the parishes that was severely affected. My community was completely destroyed. All the trees, the lush vegetation that was there, when I saw it, my heart broke, because I know that this is a place that is beautiful, but all the banana trees, all the coconut trees, all the people's houses were
vegetation.
like the vegetation, their houses, it was destroyed, and it was just heartbreaking to see while being over here.
Jada, have you been in touch with your family recently, and can you paint us a picture of what the relief effort has been like since the impact of Hurricane Melissa?
Well, I have been in touch with my family, but directly after the hurricane, I couldn't reach them for 4 days, and I was panicking because,
I could imagine.
Yes, I saw all the destruction on social media, and I was like, I can't get to my parents. I tried everything. I sent family members or friends, tried to get to them, but all the roads were blocked because we live in the rural part where the rivers are, and there was a tree that was blocking the road, and the second road that went into my community was covered by the river. So I was over here panicking, and the anxiety was eating at me.
So
and
you guys were, your family was pretty much marooned.
Yes, they were stuck. They were stuck in the community, and that kind of hindered the relief efforts as well, because nobody could go into the community. So when the river dried down, 1 or 2 relief efforts were able to go in, but those were like the JDF, the Jamaica Defense Force. So they use a helicopter to get in, and also some big trucks to get in. But so far, the relief has been quite limited.
What about communication?
The communication is back up in terms of using Starlink. They don't have any electricity, so they have to be using generators, and they don't have any service. So they're basically using Starlink right now to communicate. And it is spotty because they don't have any electricity and the generators run out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's been a rough
How
time.
how has the community though been able to band together? Because it's one thing to wait on larger agencies to do things, but in the meantime, all we have is each other.
Man, that's the beautiful thing about my community. Like, my community has done so well to come together. My dad has a huge bus, and he decided that he's going to drive out to the Kingston Eastern region that wasn't affected and get the supplies for the community people that need it. So each person chipped in for the gas and chipped in to buy the materials to bring back to the community to start building up. And like, because it's a farming community, everybody is sharing the produce because they're limited on food. And it's just, I've never seen my community blossom that much. Like, everybody's outside helping each other, building each other's roofs one by one, sharing food, sharing resources. I saw people pitching in to buy gas for a generator just so they can connect to the Starlink. So that's really beautiful to see. And we see, like, I saw a video of people outside in the night because they don't have electricity, so they're outside playing dominoes with the candlelight. That was so fun to see. So the community has really blossomed, like the spirit of it all. But yeah.
So Haley, now, which area of Jamaica are your people from?
I'm also from Trelawney
Yes.
as well. Yes.
Oh, so you've been outside playing dominoes and jiggling too?
So it's another agricultural community.
Yes.
No, not quite. I'm not from the same area
Not the
as
same
Jada,
area.
but
I keep
it's
forgetting
still
how much bigger y'all are. You
Yes,
know.
it's quite
Yes.
big, you know.
It's quite
So
big.
I'm still from a rural area, and I wasn't able to reach my family for a while after, and I was very concerned because my mother, she's alone at the house, and I couldn't get to her for about a week after. But the impact wasn't as bad for my community.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like damage to property, damage to the roads. There's my neighbor, she has a road that in the last hurricane Beryl, it was completely washed away, and it was washed away again now with Melissa. And yeah, that was basically it. Just damage to the place, and you know, the community came together to help clear the roads and help cut down the trees that would have fallen in the roads and fallen into people's yards.
Now, the two of y'all look way too young to remember anything about Gilbert except for what you were possibly told. Did that prepare you for this at all?
No. Well, my mother, she would have lived through Gilbert, and the same thing for my father as well. So they would have been more prepared for it and a bit more emotionally ready, I suppose. But it was still very unexpected because Gilbert, when it got to Jamaica, it still wasn't as bad as Melissa was. And my mother literally said to me that even though she lived through Gilbert, this was so much worse than Gilbert ever was.
What can you tell your counterparts here at the Cave Hill campus in terms of preparation, appreciation for community after having gone through the initial stages of what a Category 5 hurricane can do?
Well, I would say it really has shown how much community means and how community can really help each other, because the whole reason I was even able to contact my mother is because our neighbor allowed her to connect to their Starlink Wi-Fi. They pulled together for a generator as well. And my mother, she's been traveling back and forth Kingston to Trelawney because she works online, so she has to leave the parish so that she can get internet connection. And she's been traveling back and forth, and she's getting groceries in Kingston and carrying it back to our neighbors in Trelawney.
While I love to see this community spirit, we wish them nothing but the best. We want them to be up, but we want them to keep this spirit, though, because I feel like this is a wonderful thing that has happened, even in the midst of tragedy, but we want to get rid of the tragedy first.
It's the resilience of our people.
Yes.
It's really amazing to see, even though it is disheartening that we are facing this, the community spirit has kind of made me feel much better.
being
I
away
thank
from
you,
home.
ladies, so much for
Indeed.
being here today. We're going to meet some more of your counterparts a little later. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to Miss Alison Norville, who is awaiting us in the studio with some musical inspiration.
Thank you, ladies.
No problem. Thank you.
Song for the nation. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. Listen, we're in this together. So let us love one another, yeah. United we stand. Let's join and parade for this country we treasure. It's been a long, hard season. Trial after trial for no reason. Working harder than before. Tempted to beg, still on worst. Putting food on the table is no joke. Father, please help us cope. Reach, my friend, reach out to him. Oh, through his promises we'll win. 'Cause we're in this together. So let us love one another. Oh. Listen, united we stand. Let's join and parade for this country we treasure. Yeah. Crime and violence, no solution. Make better choices, flee destruction. God will guide us, follow his way. Oh, get up, stand up, reach out and say, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, so let us love one another. Oh. United we stand. Let's join and pray for this country we treasure. Job and Daniel can attest, God will take you out this mess, out of the miry clay, your feet on a rock to stay. You and I know this ain't no lie, so that the world will know, we'll let unity show that we're in this together. Yeah, let us love one another. Oh, oh yeah. United we stand. Let's join and parade for this country we treasure. Yeah, 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 yeah. So let us love one another. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. United we stand. Let's join and parade for this country we treasure. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey. Oh, na, 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 na. Yeah, hey, yeah. Oh, oh, we're gonna make it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh.
Gospel performer Alison Norville doing a number that I'm sure is quite familiar. Again, now let's hear from you and your student.
absolutely my student here. I get to claim ownership to Donika Codner, and you are vice president of JSAC.
Yes,
absolutely. So you were telling me earlier that your immediate family
Mhm.
was not as badly impacted, and for that we
Yes.
give thanks. But you
Yes.
have some extended family who would have
Yes.
felt the trauma. What is it like? Where are they located, and what is that like where they are?
They're actually located in the same parish my immediate family is. However, not a lot of St. Catherine felt the impacts of Hurricane Melissa. So I heard from my aunt last week in our family group that she lost her entire house in, I'm not sure which section of St. Catherine, but it's a certain parts of St. Catherine, maybe central St. Catherine. Right now, the family is trying to see how best we can assist her. I know she's currently staying with someone.
Right here at the Cave Hill campus, do we have any kind of mobilization program, for collecting items to get out through DEM or even SEDEMA to get to the most needed persons in Jamaica?
Currently, JASAC and the Guild and Vibe Barbados are currently working together to get donations from, Barbadians. We have barrels here at the Faculty of Law and also at the Guild where donations can be made. Yesterday we were at Rise Reggae and we were collecting donations. Many persons actually didn't remember to walk with anything,
yeah.
but they did pledge that they would stop by the school and donate to us. So that's also good.
Fantastic. And yes, we did see those messages coming in from Sister Kalanji, right? Nothing like a good brethren to give a good message. Now, Mark, you have a young gentleman there
Yes,
who I'm
we've
sure
got,
would like to add perspective.
Cameron Stone, who's a first-year law student. Now, let's go back to what's happening on the ground in Jamaica. Tell us a bit about your family background before the impact of Hurricane Melissa. What was your family background like in terms of what existed before the hurricane?
So similar to Donica, I actually grew up in the parish of St. Andrew, which was the more modernized and urbanized section of the country. We were part of the eastern parishes of the country, and we weren't as affected by those in the west. Unfortunately, my members that were in the west, specifically in the parish of St. James, they're farmers. I have uncles and aunts in the rural areas who depend on agriculture to sustain themselves. And the damage that Melissa has caused has wiped out their crops. They are struggling to find things to eat. They're struggling to keep their jobs because of the wiping out of their crops. But we, as our family, my father actually is taking initiative by driving from Kingston and St. Andrew to go over to them and provide them with the necessary food to help them survive.
What about communication? The restarting of school, things like that. What can you share? What can you share with us?
So relating to school, the impacts of the hurricane has unfortunately led to schools being pushed back. Students were away from school for about a week or so. When it comes to communication, some people didn't have generators, including my family. It took me 4 days to speak to them again because the Wi-Fi was no longer available. For my family members in St. James, they still cannot be communicated with because Wi-Fi isn't as prominent as it would be in the urbanized areas. So I'm hoping for the best and hoping to hear more from them that they're perfectly fine.
And of course, if you want to make another appeal for the drive that exists right here at UE Cave Hill, because how many thousands of students do we have passing through on a day-to-day basis, right?
Right. I would really love the support. I mean, Jamaica would really love the support. And also, monetary contributions are greatly appreciated because then persons can use that money towards building back, investing, building up their businesses. Also, because, food and the clothes are very important. It's one of our basic needs. But I also need money to survive, to buy back building materials and all of that stuff. But of course, the drive is here at Cave Hill. We're not taking clothes at the moment, but food, any baby stuff, anything that you think a person in Jamaica would need during this time after going through a Category 5 hurricane.
It's almost unthinkable, but we are definitely taking the guidance and the direction from the people of Jamaica. What you need, ask for, and we will do our utmost to provide here in Barbados, and I'm sure further afield as we continue to make appeals for those who can afford to pay in U.S. currency, those who can afford to pay in pounds sterling through CIBC. And we will continue to do our part here.
Thank you so much. It's greatly
We'll
appreciated.
be able to share with you as well the account information, and then we'll encourage you to continue to make your pledges at 434-1034, 434-1034, 231-8430, 231-8430. Thank you, students, and we appreciate the time that you've taken to share with us today. We continue now with some spoken word. Cindy Silas.
It's worse. Much worse than we've allowed ourselves to think. I've watched an entire beach sink back into the sea in the same time as it took me to finish university. How differently me and Mother Earth commemorate graduating a degree. Where I'm from, it didn't take a pandemic for us to realize how little people really care about the front lines. We have been plagued by this plight long enough to know that the phrase "we live where you vacation" has always been more plea than pitch. Been beseeching the rich to switch tact and acknowledge the impact of their actions and inactions. Remember that what's their tourist attraction is our permanent residence. But Magneto says, in chess, the pawns always go first. So it seems our worth at worst is reduced to being canaries cursed to burst breast in the coal mines at best, to being frogs left to test the waters until when the pot gets too hot and we should all hop out. See, the thing about developing states is that we seem to have been tasked with bearing the brunt of the weight of climate change on our backs, drafted into a war we can't fight on our own, where we adapt as a survival tactic, run entire countries on solar power and ban single-use plastics, try desperately to curb the path to panic in our politics, but climate justice be anticlimactic. When to declare the existence of global warming gets us labeled as heretics, never mind that in the tropics, heat has become a familiar enough face to wave at us when he catches us in the streets. How every year we meet more hurricanes ready to know us on a first-name basis while erasing our neighbors. How our eco-friendly plan before ours and not three. Reduce, reuse, recycle, and rebuild after every environmental tragedy, I guess. When fossil fuel emissions fetch fat commissions and line pockets with the power to pay away their problems, ignorance becomes a quick fix meal. When you fill up on a false sense of security, it becomes easy to keep yourself out the kitchen, easy to conveniently forget there's something cooking, hard to hear when the pot be boiling over. The entire Caribbean is constantly bubbling beneath the surface, but the first world feast table so long that they got a whole lot of choices. So what's the harm if one melting pot makes a meal burnt to a crisp? Makes a meal burnt beyond their capacity to consume it? It seems that either way we slice it, developing states are most susceptible to coming under fire. We sit in the hot seat of a hothouse earth, a majority population responsible for the least destruction, begging and pleading for someone to listen before it's too late, while the 1% keep the climate debate at a stalemate, because the truth is that the truth is only inconvenient to the people most affected by it, only hurts the ones who can't afford to ignore it. And I wonder, what will become of the pawns? If they let us become martyrs, will they remember us when we are gone? 2 degrees of separation don't ever seem like much until the two sides of the spectrum are life and death. When our fears fall on deaf ears, are we just wasting our breaths? Will it take the ocean becoming a mausoleum of people and nations sacrificed to extinction before the rest of the world acknowledges the problem? Or will ignorance continue to be bliss, the catalyst to the human apocalypse?
Cindy Celeste, another one of our thought leaders, and of course, definitely one with a voice that will be resonating for quite some time in Barbados. But right now, we want to introduce you to Dr. Henderson Carter, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Education here at the UWI Cave Hill campus. But that is not the reason we're introducing you. It is because this entire Mediathon, you thought something needs to happen, and the UWI can be of some assistance, especially with the media representatives of Barbados. So first of all, Dr. Carter, I don't know if I should say welcome because this is your house, but at the same time, we thank you for your ingenuity and the push forward. Tell us what you were thinking in that moment in terms of how we could get involved.
Well, we were on a plane going to New York, and this hurricane was poised to hit Jamaica with winds of over 150 miles an hour. Later we learned that the winds were over 185 miles an hour. So Cleve Scott and I, we said, look, let us see what we can do for Jamaica. And we wrote down a few notes, and then when the hurricane struck, I called my principal from Boston, and he said immediately, yes, we will do something. And then we contacted STARCOM, and Anthony Green said yes. We contacted the Red Cross. They said they're in. And then CBC came on board as well, and the other radio stations and the nation came on board. And hence we have One Love Jamaica Mediathon.
The positive domino effect that we were hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as a region, because you work in one part of the region that houses the Cave campus, so you understand the synergies that are required with other regional counterparts. First of all, how are your counterparts in Mona, Jamaica?
Well, Mona is now recovering. Actually, their graduation was supposed to be in early November. It had to be pushed back. It is now around the 15th, 16th, and 17th of January. But Western Jamaica is still very much devastated. Mm-hmm. Right now as we speak, there are people without water, there are people without roofs, there are marooned communities who are actually marooned in Western Jamaica. And that is why we recognize that these people need help initially to stave off disease and to stave off those type of things. But then going forward, they need to rebuild their lives. Imagine waking up not knowing that there's no work to go to. That's a scary situation.
Yes.
No work to go to. And that is why we're here asking for people to pledge. Give your $10, your $20, or if you have greater means, to come in, to call in, and to pledge. Not just today, but tomorrow you can give. For the next 2 weeks you can give. The next 3 weeks you can give. This is an opportunity for us as a campus, as a regional entity, to rally these forces together to help the people of Jamaica. So Mona is now getting back on its feet.
Okay.
But it was hard hit, especially at Western campus. There are schools in Western Jamaica losing their roofs. Mm-hmm. We need a consistent push to help these people to get back on their feet.
The socioeconomic impact, could you even begin to put it in perspective for how this looks for Jamaica right now?
This has really set back Jamaica. And Jamaica was really recovering. And Jamaica is a large place. Mm-hmm. And you have infrastructure badly hit. Lots of areas in Western Jamaica are without power, without internet, without churches, without schools. So in terms of the physical impact on Jamaica, it has really hit Jamaica hard. And I think it is even worse than Gilbert, in terms of the magnitude and the stress it has placed Jamaicans under. I mean, in Eastern Jamaica, it is okay. Mm-hmm. But in Western Jamaica, that's where the problem is. And that is why we brought the Red Cross on board. Because the Red Cross, with its links in Jamaica, can channel those funds where those funds need to go.
Are most needed. And we're going to look out for those updates as they continue. But right now, Mark, we've got something else very special happening from the Arts Lecture Theatre.
Indeed. Jaco Lawrence now joins us from the theater.
So what we're going to do is we're going to actually make sure that the funds that we spoke about, that the Red Cross can channel, can definitely get to where they need to be. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of the transfers that people can make through our participating banking institutions. So we're going to start with those who are able to pay in US dollars. And you'll appreciate that this is a very live production, so we are staying very fluid and very nimble here. But for those of you who are watching on whatever means and you're making your donations through US dollars, you're going to do so through the beneficiary, the Barbados Red Cross Society, Disaster RL. The beneficiary account number is 1086924. It's a checking account. The branch is Sheraton, and the transit number is 09586. The correspondent bank will be Wells Fargo, New York. SWIFT code PNB PUS 3NNYC. ABA code 026005092. The beneficiary bank being CIBC Caribbean Bank, Barbados. SWIFT code FCI followed by 5 Bs.
For international wire transfers, for those in the United Kingdom, the beneficiary, Barbados Red Cross Society, Disaster RL, beneficiary account number 1086924, account type checking, branch Sheraton, the branch transit is 09586. Correspondent bank, Barclays Bank PLC, London. SWIFT code BARC GB22. Beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Bank Barbados Limited. The SWIFT code FCIB BBBB.
So, Dr. Carter, we want to thank you so much for being here with us and taking the time. And of course, thank Cleve Scott for us. Great minds think alike. And we are very glad that you have initiated this and started the positive domino effect.
Well, I thank you both for volunteering to do this on a Sunday.
On a Sunday.
For the Jamaican people.
We must.
Yes.
It's important.
We must
so
indeed.
I really appreciate what you've done and what you are doing for us. Continue to keep the good work up.
All right.
God bless you.
Thank you so much,
you,
and
Dr.
God bless you too. Right now, we want to turn our attention to Secretary General of the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, Ms. Sonia Gill.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having the CBU partner in this so important event. I'm really happy that CBU could be a part of this, and let me bring greetings from the CBU member media services that are transmitting this from the West, Belize, Greater Belize Media, all the way across to the East, to NBC, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and to Grenada Broadcasting Network in Grenada. The Caribbean media is part of this effort. We understand how important our sector is when it comes to disaster risk reduction and to the relief and recovery efforts. So being a part of today's initiative is really important, really critical to us. We also appreciate that while the media does its work of reporting and covering what has happened, it itself is part of the victims of Melissa. The transmission equipment for some of our members in Jamaica has been very badly hit. And we also recognize that many of the media professionals, engineering, production, content creation, they themselves, many of them, have been directly affected by this event. So for us, this is truly important. And it's important for me personally. I happen to be part Jamaican. I have family who've been affected, so I do feel deeply how serious this event is. But I'm also hopeful. Speaking here to hundreds of thousands of Barbadians, to the dozens, the scores of volunteers who have agreed to be a part of this, I know that there is the right kind of spirit, both here in the Caribbean generally and in Jamaica specifically, to learn the lessons, to take the action, and to recover. But we need the help. We need the support. We need Barbadians and other Caribbean people to, as said in the promo for today's event, put one cocoa in basket so that we can together contribute to Jamaica's healing. It's interesting that some of the countries, some of the media who are participating in this themselves know the horrendous effect of catastrophic storms. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just last year, Beryl devastated the Grenadine Islands, and Grenada, we all remember 2004, what Ivan did, set the country back. Jamaica's experiencing similar effects, while the most devastating physical effects were in the west of the country. The entire island is experiencing or expecting to experience things such as food insecurity, infrastructure costs that have to be met from the national purse. So this is a whole of island recovery that's required, and it's a whole of region effort that is required. So again, the CBU, through its work in capacity building, through its work in supporting media teams in partnership with SEDIMA to be there on the ground quickly, to start bringing the coverage to the rest of us in the region, as well as partnering with international entities such as Eutelsat, which free of cost offered satellite space for transmissions to be restarted in the affected countries. We understand how important this is, and we are honored to be a part of this effort in partnership with the people of Barbados, in partnership with the people of the region, to make sure that we see our sister country recover.
Sonia, before you go, what I want to know is, in terms of capacity building, especially for our media partners in Jamaica, because you have to be the storyteller while you yourself are also a part of this story. What special support systems have been put in place for them so that they continue to get the help that they need while they continue to be the conduit of information from Jamaica to the wider world?
Well, I'm very glad you've asked about that. This is not only a response effort. We have recognized for nearly a decade that the time such as this is going to come. So what we have been engaged in for years now is the kind of building of support mechanisms, networks, through the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, through UNESCO, for our media professionals to be able to be resilient in these circumstances. Right now, with the support of UNESCO, there's a very important effort taking place to address the misinformation and disinformation that comes up in situations such as these. So there actually is work taking place with the support of UNESCO and the Caribbean School of Media and Communication to be able to address that. And of course, to give the legacy media the space to be able to dispel the misinformation and disinformation. Another critical effort that took place was just in the same way that immediately after an event like this, you go in and check health infrastructure and educational infrastructure. UNESCO is leading an effort to do media and communications sector assessment to determine what is needed to get it back on its feet again. And that is groundbreaking work being done in the Caribbean, and Jamaica, sadly, is the pilot for this, but we do expect the lessons out of that to be very helpful all around. And then, as I said, we're also working with international partners to make sure that technical assistance that's needed to ensure that transmission can keep happening is also taking place. And again, that's free of cost. And there's even support being given to community media again, with the support of UNESCO, to determine what are their needs and then help them get back on their feet, because we know that relief and recovery begins at the family level, the community level, and then spreads across the country.
Thank you so much, Sonia, and we continue to applaud your efforts and support you in any way that we can.
Indeed, and we now go over to the Cynthia Wilson Arts Lecture Theatre for a performance by Alex Cage.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. In this place, it is brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll find there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. In this place, you find there's no hurt or sorrow. And if you really try, you find there's no need to cry. In this place, you find there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. And the dream we once believed in will reveal a joyful faith. And the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. So why do we keep striking alive this world crucified soul, when it's plain to see that we're heavenly, be God's glow? Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. For you and for me. and for me. For you and for me.
And we also welcome back Cece.
Yes, thank you so much, Mark. Alex Cage, and now you'll be seeing overall, so far, we've had a lot of entertainers come in, they're showing their support, they're really using their talent to kind of broadcast that, you know, we are here supporting our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. And I got to say to you, Mark and Gaynell, when you were speaking to some of the students here who hadn't heard their family in 4 days, in 1 week, it was really, it got to me, the emotional side, yes. And really made it and brought it home that, you know, these are families, these are people, and every little bit we do can help. So we do welcome Colin Spencer with us. So thank you so much for joining us here. And we're here to support our neighbors, our friends, our family. I think everyone knows someone from Jamaica or has some connection to Jamaica. So Mr. Spencer, tell us about your connection to Jamaica, why you're here. And of course, we want people to donate and support the recovery effort. And I mean, we got to start from scratch in a lot of these areas. So we want people to donate so that we can get that done.
Good evening to you and to all of your viewers. I'm here on behalf of All Stars Calypso Tent. Mm-hmm. My connection with Jamaica is I have a number of friends that I would have met working on cruise ships because I worked on cruise ships for 20 years. So a number of waiters, bus boys, people working in different departments on cruise ships. So I have a number of friends working on cruise ships. But the devastation that we would have seen on television is horrifying. So I'm here to encourage all Barbadians to contribute to this extremely worthy cause. And entertainers as well, musicians, people from the entertainment fraternity. Mm-hmm. I'm encouraging them to contribute. They can contribute in cash, or they can pledge, they can contribute food items, toiletries, whatever they can afford. The numbers for the call center are 434-1034 or 231-8430. Those numbers again, 434-1034 or 231-8430. Urging all Barbadians to make contributions however you can, because in life, we always say, we never know when it's your time to be in need.
Thank you so much. And of course, we are appealing to the entertainment fraternity. And I was listening to these stories and those coming in. And throughout the Mediathon so far, Mark, you can kind of speak to this as well. We've had different sectors of leaders, of business community, of regional community just coming together. And we're so glad that you are speaking on behalf of the entertainment fraternity.
Because as we know, All Stars Calypso Tent.
All Stars Calypso
Tent.
We
know they're managed by Eleanor Rice.
Yeah, of course.
So she's representing this afternoon. Mm-hmm. She's got Colin Spencer here, and he's reaching out to members of the entertainment fraternity specifically, and all Barbados and even beyond, because you know there is no point where it's just us. No. Social media makes all of us very much interconnected. Yes. So performers literally across the world, we're appealing to you to support this very worthy cause.
And you're going to see those numbers up once again. We're going to have more entertainment, more performers passing through to donate their time so that we can all get together and donate. So make sure you check out those international wires. We do have the pound sterling as well as the US dollar. And locally, we're appealing right here to Barbadians that the account, of course, the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL, CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, that account number, as you're going to come very familiar with. And I like that Crystal J gave the call number as a song. I can't sing. I don't have the rhythm quite like Crystal J, but it is 1086924. 1086924. The account number is going to be a checking account, Sheraton, the branch transit 09586. And making it easy for all of you who have first pay, you can do first pay. And that number to first pay your donation, your contribution, your help is 1246-233-4447. And the email for first pay also financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. So if you're using your first pay, making it easy for you. So thank you so much for your donation. And I know we're going to hear from Crystal J in a little bit about our tracking, because we are tracking at the call center as those donations roll in.
Well, Colleen, he's going to share the international wire transfer contact.
GBD GBP pound sterling, beneficiary Barbados Red Cross Society, disaster RL, beneficiary account number 1086924. Again, the beneficiary account number is 1086924. The account type is checking. The branch of Sheraton, branch transit 09586. Branch transit number again 09586. The correspondent bank, Barclays Bank PLC London, Swift code BARCGB22. Swift code again BARCGB22. Beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Barbados Limited. Swift code FCIBBBBB. Swift code again FCIBBBBB. Thank you.
International wire transfers, United States dollars, beneficiary Barbados Red Cross Society, disaster RL. The beneficiary account number 1086924. Account type checking, branch Sheraton, the branch transit 09586. Correspondent bank, Wells Fargo Bank, New York. The Swift code PNBPUS 3NNYC. The ABA code 026005092. The beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Barbados. Swift code FCIBBBBB.
And indeed, of course, you know, we are all here. We're all doing our part. It's just about 3 weeks since Hurricane Melissa made landfall in Jamaica. And we are now seeing, as you heard from our students earlier, and they're only now getting to their family members, and they're only now getting access to some of their neighborhoods. So, I mean, 3 weeks is a long time, but it's also a long time without water, without support, without hearing from the outside, without hearing from your family and friends. So please make sure you give some hands and give some help to those in need right now, our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. But right now, he is lending his voice, his talent to spread the word that we're all here for our sisters and brothers in Jamaica. So please welcome to our One Love Jamaica Mediathon, Jacob Lawrence.
You look past my mistakes, all my flaws, and all my problems. You make them yours. At the end of the day, you still see me the same way, yeah. And wherever I go, I know all roads lead me right back to you. And wherever I do, I know your love covers me, yeah. But I don't wanna just take you for granted, like your grace means I could do my own thing. Cause my own thing's what got me stuck in the first place. In the first place. And I just know that I need you without a doubt. Cause I've given all that I've got, but I can't work it out. And even if I had the strength of an army, I still trade for your grace. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And every time I fall down on my knees, I know that's where I need to be. I just want to hear your voice whenever you speak to me. So take the lead, 'cause I don't really know where I'm going, and I'm walking down a path I've never been before. But I know that I'm not alone, no. And wherever I go, I know all roads lead me right back to you, Jesus. And whatever I do, I know your love, it covers me, yeah. But I don't wanna just take it for granted, like my grace means I could do my own thing. 'Cause my own thing's what got me stuck in the first place. And that's why I just know I need you, without a doubt, yeah. 'Cause I've given all that I've got, but I can't work it out. And even if I had the strength of an army, I still trade, yeah, for your grace. Yeah, yeah. And I've learned so many valuable lessons, so many things I didn't see. And I know that I've been away more than a handful, but Lord, you waited patiently, yeah. And that's why I know I need you, without a doubt, yeah. Because I've given all that I've got, but I can't work it out. And even if I had the strength of an army, I still trade for your grace, yeah. One Love Jamaica.
The One Love Jamaica, J. Cole, sharing his talent, his voice, and his message with all of us so that we can support our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. So I know at home we use First Pay. You want to know that First Pay number? Once again, I'm going to make it easy for you. So if you do use First Pay, you can donate right now. Don't have to wait for anything. And that number for First Pay to support the Barbados Red Cross Society and their Hurricane Melissa relief efforts in Jamaica, that number is 1246. So 1246-233-4447. So 1246-233-4447. And the email address, you can enter either the phone number I just mentioned or this email address, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com, making it easy for us here locally in Barbados to donate and make a difference right now with your First Pay. So at this time, though, you know, we're hearing from stakeholders, we're hearing from various members who are supporting the relief efforts. We've heard from some students here at UWI in Cave Hill, some students who are from Jamaica and how they have been affected personally and how we're working from here at UWI to show support and give back. So we have another guest, and I'm going to let Mark introduce our guest because you guys are so color coordinated and matched. It's lovely.
Joining us in the studio is Dr. Tonya Haynes. She is head Institute for Gender and Development Studies, Nita Barrow Unit at the UWI Cave Hill campus. Welcome, and it's good of you to join us. Please tell us what association and where you can now assist in this department with the recovery effort in Jamaica.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. The Institute for Gender and Development Studies is a regional institute, much like the university is a regional university. So we do have units at the Mona campus, and we know our colleagues at the Mona unit have been mobilizing tremendously, have been on the ground. They also teach at the Western campus. And
we heard that has been really devastated.
Yes, so the needs for our students students are indeed great. And so I'm here in solidarity and support. As a research unit, we're also launching a research project that looks at those intersections between climate and care. And we're doing that with colleagues from a grassroots climate justice organization called Girls Care. And when I checked in with my colleague Aisha Constable, who's on the ground, mobilizing, recovering, working with communities, she said to me, Tanya, as bad as you can imagine that it is, like, multiply that by 1,000, right? So this is the least that we can do for solidarity across the region. And for us at the Institute for Gender and Development Studies, it is particularly important for us to highlight the ways that crises, like the climate crisis and its effects, are gender. They're not gender neutral. They land on different people and different communities in different ways. So they land on under-resourced communities in different ways. They land on indigenous communities in different ways, as I'm sure that you will hear across the program. And then all of the issues, for example, that are of concern to women and also to queer and trans Caribbean people are magnified in the event of a disaster.
We often think that men are least disadvantaged. But have you found this to be so in a crisis situation?
So I would say the important thing that we have to understand about our communities in the Caribbean is that there are a lot of different ways in which Caribbean people are made marginal, are made vulnerable, and that includes men and boys in very specific ways. And also in disaster, those relations of gender can play out in a range of different ways. So depending on the space, sometimes you see men actually having greater loss of life or injury around, for example, this expectation to
mental health issues,
return?
because men are often expected to go out under whichever circumstances and bring back the bread.
Yeah.
But in a situation where there is a hurricane, people are trapped because rivers have overflown, the roads are impassable, poles everywhere. But men.
Okay, so you started by thinking of the whole idea of mental health, and absolutely that psychological safety, psychosocial safety is important across the board, including as an important factor for men. And women, Caribbean women also have that responsibility to hold their families together, particularly in a crisis. And part of the gendered response to crisis that we see is that increased care on the part of women, that increased responsibility for women to take care of the family. That is a structural one that exists even without the disaster. And then specific areas of concern, for example, in crisis times, gender-based violence increases. It's something that we saw with COVID. It's something that we've seen with the pandemic. It's something we've seen with natural disasters or the climate disasters that we're seeing. So you have those range of different effects that land on people differently. You have the situation with when persons are in shelters, the way that living in a shelter can be particularly unsafe. It can be particularly unsafe in terms of gendered and sexual violence, to which children, girls and boys, but all, in particular at higher rates for girls, can be at risk of that. So there are a range of gender issues that emerge in the moment of crisis, but also in the recovery, and particularly thinking about that issue of care and who is expected to care for the community to hold it together in a crisis.
So one of the questions coming out, I know we were just kind of a little bit specific, but in terms of trauma, I know right now we're kind of donating the essentials. So we're donating the shirts, the food, the basics. But once that is satisfied, there is going to be a lingering trauma. So in your opinion, without going to men, girls, boys, but just generally speaking, for a nation that has been devastated, for a neighbor to be okay and their neighbor to not be okay, what is that trauma look like as a society for our Jamaican neighbors?
Yeah, I think that the important thing in terms of the rebuilding, the moving forward, and is really the fact that it is communities mobilizing and working together that are the solution. It is organizing and organizing with people that is the solution. And so in many ways, we've already seen a lot of that in terms of the way that communities within Jamaica, without the diaspora, the entire Caribbean community have come together. But there are groups that are always on the ground mobilizing every day, right? And I mentioned one of those groups, Girls Care, earlier up, but the resourcing of those organizations that have been critical and continue to be critical will be important in the long term. So immediate needs, very important, but the trauma that you spoke about, the rebuilding, the building communities of care is really going to become that work of these on-the-ground organizations, these grassroots organizations that have been doing this work before and will continue to care for their communities.
It is indeed a long-term, I don't want to say solution, but long-term work that's needed for sure. So I want to thank you so much. And I don't know if, Mark, you have any other final questions or anything that you'd like to say?
Well, they're calling for us, but we want to wish you the best. And I know it's an ongoing program in terms of workshops, studies, and so on. And we are wishing you the very best with the various projects and the recovery in Jamaica.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and just encouraging everybody who is watching to please go ahead and donate. We need your support, and we need to rally as one for our siblings in Jamaica at this point in time. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. The one love. So we are rallying as one. And of course, we do want you to encourage you to donate. So we're going to be along the bottom of your screen. You're going to have those numbers. You're going to have those bank accounts. So whether it's pounds you want to donate, whether it's US dollars, Bajan dollars, we are going to encourage you to do so. And we did hear our Prime Minister speak earlier today about a message of solidarity. So I think it's all fitting. It all comes right back to one great, wonderful circle. Our arms are joined in that circle of care and love for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. But still to come, we're going to have more entertainment. We're going to hear from more stakeholders in this entire mission to do well. And I think we have Haynesville Youth Club coming up next to share and spread some entertainment, spread some love, as we're all here with that common message of One Love Jamaica, the Mediathon.
Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yingy mama give me yingy, oh yingy mama give me yingy. Why? Yingy mama give me yingy. Yingy mama give me yingy, oh yingy mama give me yingy. Why? Yingy mama give me yingy. Mitito, I brought a ram goto.
thank you so much, the boys and girls of the Haynesville Youth Club. Thank you guys so much. And we will be hearing from more and seeing more entertainment as our fraternity comes together to donate their time, their talent, to make sure that we all have a great time and give back to and support those recovery efforts for the people in Jamaica. The One Love Jamaica Mediathon. I know Krista J. Paul is very, very busy in studio making sure that we get all your donations. So until we hear from Krista J. once again and her team there at STARCOM Network, we have another guest in studio. So Mark, why don't you tell us about, I mean, the guy knows, needs no
people
real big
often say
introduction,
someone
right?
needs no introduction, but this is literally one of those instances. And as we come to you live from the University of the West Indies, this man has been honored recently with an honorary doctorate. He's also been honored with the island's highest award. And this afternoon, we're pleased to have none other than Stetson Red Plastic Bag Wiltshire, a member of our entertainment fraternity. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Really happy to be here this evening to lend support to the efforts to help my brothers and sisters in Jamaica. I have received so much love from the people in Jamaica over the years that I felt compelled to make my way here this evening to contribute to this effort. I remember when I did the song Raga Raga way back in '93, and my friend Byron Lee, the late great Dragon, invited me to come to Jamaica. I was a little concerned, and he said, "Come, the people in Jamaica love you." And when I got to Jamaica, the support was overwhelming, and that song went on to win a Jammy Award for the most popular song in Jamaica at the time. And ever since then, I've been touring Jamaica. One of the things that struck me is when I saw the videos of Black River in St. Elizabeth. I remember spending a whole day on the ground in St. Elizabeth, waiting to perform in St. Elizabeth and Black River. And when I saw the videos, tears came to my eyes when I saw the devastation in Black River. And it really tore at my heartstring, as the old people say, and I really wanted to come and say to the people of the Caribbean and those in the diaspora that I need you to contribute to this effort and help our people in Jamaica.
For sure. And speaking about your own experience, you know, sometimes as an entertainer, we get to go to different parts of the world. We get to do different things. And in terms of your time in Jamaica, I know we have history making music coming out of that experience. But what did you develop and the lifelong friendships? And have you heard from your friends that are in some of these affected areas over the years?
Yes, well, I've always been quite close to the Fab Five, people like Frankie Campbell and the band members from that band who would have backed me throughout the Bahamas up to Jamaica. I did 10 shows in 12 days in Jamaica, being backed by Fab Five back in the day. So I've been trying to reach Frankie. I didn't, but from all reports, everything is going okay in Jamaica for them. But lots of work being done in terms of helping the people on the ground there.
You would have heard that infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and homes have been devastated by this Category 5 hurricane. Once again, we want you to appeal perhaps to the entertainment fraternity to continue to pledge their support and, where possible, to make donations towards this important cause.
Well, yes, only recently I was in Orlando and also in LA, and I've been saying to the entertainers that they need to step up and make an effort to contribute to the efforts to help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. So I want to appeal to all my supporters across the diaspora, across the world, and all the entertainers in Barbados and in the Caribbean to come out, give your donations, and support this fund to help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica.
And you can share with us the call center numbers so that you can encourage people to continue to pledge via this medium, as this is the numbers of the call center.
Yes, you can call 434-1034 or 231-8430 and make your contributions.
The numbers again?
And the numbers are 434-1034 or 231-8430. 8430.
Okay, thank you so much. And just as a minute before we wrap up and we go back to Crystal J, because we want to get those numbers in. We here in Barbados, we have been so lucky, as you know, we always say, and it's just a matter of one small thing making a change in the atmosphere. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about all these other things, these natural disasters that seem to be getting more and more dangerous as time goes on with climate change. What is something that we here in Barbados, and I know we're seeing it over there, we're seeing it in other places, and what in terms of Barbadians do you want us to know in terms of being prepared?
And I think it's very important that we pay attention to what the experts are saying with regards to preparation. I find that we always say that we are protected in a special way, but these hurricanes are getting worse,
more severe,
more severe, and I think that it's just a matter of time. This is Jamaica's time, maybe another country, maybe our time. So we need to be prepared and get ourselves ready. One of the things I realized that we're not doing is fixing our housing to the point where we can withstand these hurricanes. Of course, a Category 5 hurricane would blow down most things. But as I said earlier, my heart goes out to the people of Jamaica. When one Caribbean country is in pain, every other Caribbean country is hurting. And there's exactly what's happening. This is why I want to appeal to my people. Go out, contribute, help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica.
Thank you, Dr. the Most Honorable Stetson Wilcher, known to many as Red Plastic Bag. Let's get a tally from Crystal J. Paul.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, good evening. You are live right here at the One Love Jamaica Mediathon. We're here at the call center at STARCOM Network. And listen, we need you to call and make your donations. 434-1034, 434-1034. The WhatsApp number is 231-8430. That's 231-8430. First pay, you have the opportunity. We have not forgotten you. You know how easy it is to send money on first pay. The number is 233-4447. And the email address, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. Now listen, I have a tally for you. Yes, the phone numbers are going. You see, once we give that phone number, we have the calls coming in. Now, I'm about to give you a whopping tally. And it's growing, but we need it to grow even more. The tally so far is, drumroll please, $9,035. $9,035. So we need you to call in. Now we know you can do even better. Can we make it to 20,000 before the end of the night? Can we? 434-1034, 434-1034. You call and make your pledges, make your donations. They're already here. The team from UWI, these volunteers, they're beaming and they're ready. They're excited to hear from you. 434-1034. Again, WhatsApp 231-8430. First pay 233-448-4447. That's 233-4447. Finance officer at BarbadosRedCross.com. And I want to make an appeal to the diaspora. You are watching this right now. I know there's some of you, even in Jamaica, watching this right now. Thank you so much for joining us. Wherever you are around the world, you can make a difference. You can contribute to give diapers to a baby in need, to a single mother whose house needs to be repaired or rebuilt, to the family who is hungry. Listen, 434-1034, you make the call right now to get your donations in. Now, we know that the team here from UWI, they're not here alone. There's some bright young people here. The future is bright indeed. And they're here with a lecturer at UWI, Kville campus, a fellow Jamaican woman. Come in. Andrea Richards, good evening to you, Andrea. Thank you so much for being here. How are you?
I'm fine.
All right, now tell us what is happening here. You have the team here at UWI. I'm sure from UWI, I know it would have not been a difficult task getting people together, especially for this cause.
So persons were happy to volunteer their services to come here on a Sunday. We're very, very happy to have you here. We have a good mixture of students, not only Jamaicans, we have from other islands as well. They're here in solidarity with Jamaica and ready to support and to take those pledges today.
All right. And at the end of the night, what is it that you want them to even have learned being here?
Well, I think the most important thing is that, you know, we're all in this together. We're big island ocean states, and that, you know, we're in this together. What happens to one island happens to the next. And you can see there are students here at Caville who are from Jamaica. We have students all over the region. So we want them to understand that we're all in this together, even when it just impacts one island physically.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you very much, Andrea, for being here.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, so remember 434-1034, and for those of you who are watching overseas, we have not forgotten you. You know you have the CIBC Caribbean account number 1086924. You can give in US dollars, you can give in pound sterling, 1086. There for you on screen to give 434-1034-1246. 434-1034, okay? You can call, listen, every time you give the number, right? You can call, make your donations and your pledges. Let it come. Now, as I said, the tally so far is $9,035. Can we make it to at least 20 grand by 7 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time? We shall see 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wherever you are around the world, make your donations. Yes, they're on screen, so you can get your donations and your pledges in, all right? Let's go.
Thank you so much, Krista J. Yes, indeed. So I think we can do it. She kind of put that challenge out that we can make it to 20,000 by the time our closing credits. Yeah.
Come on, let's continue to pledge and to make those donations. Don't forget, it's very convenient. We've got the first pay number available.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you can first pay 1246-233-4447. That's 233-4447 for first pay. And if you're using an email address also for first pay, it's simply the finance officer at barbadosredcross.com. So first pay options there for you, and it's up on screen, and you have all the other ways. If you're donating from over and away, as we like to say, you have a chance and an opportunity to help out and help a brother and sister in Jamaica. As we heard, we have needs for everything from infant needs. So we're talking diapers, clothing, formula, food goods, essential clothing for male and females, teenagers, young people, and then of course we get into the shelter, the blankets, the beddings,
tarpaulin,
food,
water,
generators, electricity, connection to the outside world. So we want to make sure that every single donation that you make is helping someone in a very real and direct way that they need right now.
You can reach out to the call center, 434-1034, 434-1034, 231-8430. 231-8430. I think we've got some more entertainment standing by.
I was speaking to her, and she went right here, UWI in Cave Hill. But she said that she was an honorary Jamaican Student Association member because she was always there. She has some great friends in Jamaica, so it was no big deal to ask her to perform here today to raise some funds and raise awareness. So please welcome Rhea Lane once again, the One Love Jamaica Mediathon right here.
Oh, yo, 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 yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Oh, yo, 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 yeah, yeah. As soon as I rise, head to the sky, thank the Father that I'm still alive. Oh, yeah, can't take that for granted. So many tried but could not survive, succumb under the pressures of their lives. Oh Lord, man, I understand it. But every day that you open your eyes is a chance to start over. Taking it one step at a time, one foot behind the other. Never mind that sometimes you might lose your drive, you got to get over. Keep your head in the fight with all of your might to rebuild Jamaica. So let me see your hands up. Put something in your cup. Point your fingers up to the heavens up. I This is we testimony, yeah. This is we testimony, yeah. Soca is we therapy, yeah. This is we testimony. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know sometimes the fight within boy get hard, hard, hard. Voices inside your head they shouting out hard, hard. I know they want you to give up, but I'm telling you now you got to shift in a gear and move forward, don't pull up. Hear what I say and listen. Every day that you open your eyes is a chance to start over. Taking it one step at a time, one foot behind the other. Never mind that sometimes you might lose your drive, you got to get over. Keep your head in the fight, all of your might for a fallen soldier. So let me see your hands up. Put something in your cup. Point your fingers up to the heavens up. I wanna see your hands up. Put something in your cup. Point your fingers up. What? This is we testimony, yeah. This is we testimony, yeah. Soca is we therapy, yeah. This is we testimony, money, money. Whatever might come your way, just carry on. Just carry on. Let the Father take you away, just carry on. Carry on. If you live to see another day, just carry on. Carry on. Now we come here to celebrate, so carry on. Carry on. I wanna see your hands up. Put something in your cup. Point your fingers up to the heavens up. I wanna see your hands up. Put something in your cup. Point your fingers up and up and up and up. This is we testimony. This is we testimony. Soca is we therapy. This is we testimony. Money, money. Just carry on, 'cause we never giving up. We carry on. Jamaica not giving up. Just carry on. No, we never giving up. Carry on.
Realine, put your hands up. Put your hands up if you're going to support this One Love Jamaica Mediathon. We've got just about an hour and a half to go, and we are relying on you to support this worthy cause.
Of course we are, and we want to make sure that wherever you are, however you're tuned in, because it is a mediathon, which means that we have the stations, we've got news stations, we've got newspaper, radio stations, and television stations all coming together here in Barbados, so that wherever you are, however you tune in, however you consume your media, this message is getting to you right now. So right now, you can make a donation if you are in Barbados and using some local banking. You can the account name, once again, this is across the board, the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL, CIBC First Caribbean International Bank. And that account number that we are making that donation to, 1086924. It is a checking account at the branch of Sheraton, and that transit number 0958609. 586. But all of you with First Pay, we've got options for you. So you can first pay to the telephone number, your donation right now to the Hurricane Melissa relief efforts for our friends, neighbors in Jamaica. That First Pay number 1-246-233-4447. That's 246-233-4447. Or via email, First Pay once again, via email, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. We've got more ways, international ways for you to donate and make your contribution count as well, right, Mark?
That's correct. International wire transfers, pound sterling, beneficiary Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. Beneficiary account number 1086924. Beneficiary account number 1086924. It's a checking account, and the branch is Sheraton. Then branch transit 09586. Correspondent bank, Barclays Bank PLC, London. Swift code BARCGB22. Beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Barbados Limited. Swift code CFCIB BBBB.
Lots of information there, but it's on the screen for you. So if you are in the kitchen, you can't look at the screen. That's why we're reading it out for you as well. So once again, we do know the beneficiary is the same, the Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. The account number 1086924. It is a checking account. Branch is Sheraton, and that branch number 09586. And for our U.S. friends and neighbors, if you're donating in USD, your correspondent bank is Wells Fargo Bank in New York. That SWIFT code, it's going to be on your screen as well. PNBPUS3NNYC. That ABA code is 026005092. And the beneficiary bank, once again, is CIBC Caribbean Bank Barbados. And that SWIFT code sounds familiar, FCIB BBBB.
Krista J. Paul, she's at the call center, and you can reach the call center at 434-1034. That's 434-1034 or 231-8430. 231-8430. Now, CC, you were watching on monitor when we had the students in from here on campus who reside in Jamaica, and you spoke about how emotional it made you feel just hearing them talk about being unable to reach their families for 4 days, sometimes as long as a week. That must have been really traumatic for them.
I could only imagine, you know, here you are extending your studies at this wonderful campus, and this devastation is happening at home, and really and truly there's not anything you can do about it. You know, you're calling, as I remember one young lady said, she was calling her neighbors because she couldn't get her mom and dad. She was able to reach out to a neighbor and the neighbor. And I think the story that's coming out is one that she mentioned as well, is that, you know, I'm growing bananas. I got some. You've got some sweet potatoes. Okay, we're coming together as a community and supporting one another. It's not my bananas. We're coming together. We're all eating. We're all helping. And as one of the young ladies mentioned, that her area, even getting access, so much not just the phone access, but even physical access of someone to say, here are relief items. What do you need? What can we do to help? And that happening 4 days later or a week later is truly, truly traumatic, not for those experiencing it only, but for family members like the young ladies we heard from earlier who are here, and you can't study, you can't sleep, so you're just constantly worried. So we do wish all of those affected that they hear from their loved ones. We know it is spotty still. I know people expect telecommunications to be one of the first things to go up, but it is spotty still. So we do hope that those who are yearning and just hoping to hear from loved ones, that you do so soon, and that communication, reliable communication, gets back up soon as well.
We've had a variety of artists performing for the afternoon, and we now move to The Steel Pan with Mark Ford. Mark Ford on steel pan. Very soothing, very relaxing, and I hope you really enjoyed that presentation. We've got another artist, but not performing for you this evening. We've got an artist who is going to plead with you to continue to support, pledge, make your donations, because this is important. We welcome Natalie Burke.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
We're good.
We're
here.
good.
Yep.
We
Good
just
for
want to
good
see some
cause.
more money, though.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice.
And we know that you're a very influential person.
Well, people, listen. This could have been us. This could have been you,
Could have
wherever
been.
you are. And we need to step forward, step out, and give Jamaica a hand up.
We had some students here earlier who were Jamaican, and they were telling us about, well, they would have been in Barbados, and they were telling us about how they were trying to reach their parents and their friends and so on. Well, of course, you know, all communication would have been out.
And that would have been very, very difficult. That broke my heart.
For
I heard it
days.
as well.
4 days.
And I too have family in Jamaica. I have some cousins in Jamaica. They're actually Burkes like me. And fortunately, they live in Kingston, and that part where they live
They weren't
was
as
not
impacted.
heavily as heavily impacted as other parts of Jamaica. But it's a very difficult situation, and seeing all of the pictures and the videos, I know it has to look 20,000 times worse in person.
We've been told.
I've seen that
Thousands
before.
of times worse.
You know, and I mean, over the years, I've had the honor and the pleasure of working with, whether recording with or just rubbing shoulders with, performing with so many Jamaican reggae artists. And, you know, it breaks my heart, you know, to have to say Jamaica needs us now. Jamaica needs us now. An island that has shared its music, it shared its culture, athletic prowess, intellectual input, just the vibe and so much more. And they need us now. And it's one thing to say, oh, I love Jamaica, me love up Jamaica and all of that. But put your money where your mouth is.
Indeed.
And that's what we need at this time. We need for that to happen. We all know of the resourcefulness and the resilience of the Jamaican people. And we've seen them, you know, hold on to the bitter end in cricket games and come out victorious. We've seen them blaze a trail on the track and leave the competition in the dust. We've seen them fight through Wild Gilbert back in 1988 and so on. But when we see the photos of the destruction and the
As we're seeing now on
devastation,
screen.
yeah, you know, give whatever you can give people. Give whatever you can. It all adds up. Jamaica really needs us now so that we can rebuild and help them to rebuild and restore not only their buildings, but their hope, the hope of the Jamaican people. And, you know, I'm an artist, but I'm also a teacher, and hearing
That's painful for you.
it is painful because education is now on hold. Everything is on hold in Jamaica.
Yeah, there are long-term effects that we can't even imagine as of now.
Of course.
Yeah, that's
You
going to
know,
happen.
outside of the billions of dollars that will help them to you know, restore Jamaica. There's also the educational fallout, the economic fallout, where farmers and people who depend on the land and so on, all of their crops have been wiped out and so on.
Yeah.
And it's hard, you know, it's hard for people to say, we need help. And basic things like food and clothing, you don't have to depend on people to send those things for you. Things that some people would have taken, you know, for granted and as everyday things. And now
It certainly puts us in a position that we perhaps ourselves can't imagine, because a lot of us in the Caribbean are very proud people.
Of course. And just for people to have to come to their knees and say, I don't have any food.
Yeah.
I don't have anywhere to sleep.
I can't go to work. I don't have any
I
money.
can't go to work. I don't have any.
Is
as
there
far
a
as to that,
workplace?
I was about
Is
to
there
say,
a workplace left to
there
go
may not
to?
even be a workplace
And
left
that
to go
is
to.
the stark reality. And we want to just let people know, remind you guys that we are doing this as a mediathon. So we have put our, sometimes our differences aside as the various media houses, and we've come together because we see the greater need. We see the bigger picture of
Indeed.
coming together. We did open the program with a message from our Prime Minister, Mia Motley, one of solidarity.
Yes.
One love Jamaica.
One love.
We're one Caribbean. We're one region. We want to reach out to our brothers and sisters and, support our friends how we can, when we can. And, you mentioned clothing. It's not about, the latest. It's a T-shirt
No.
and a pair of shorts.
Just send
Yeah.
things that are in good condition.
Yeah.
Yes.
I always tell this to the children as well. When you are giving something to someone, make sure it is something that you
Correct.
would appreciate for yourself.
Yes.
Don't just take up anything, wash them.
Yeah.
Make sure that they're stain free even
Yes.
and send what you can, but make sure it's in good condition. Don't just take up things and decide that, you're begging so you can't choose
Of course.
and that kind of thing. Make sure that you send things that you would want for yourself if you were in that position.
The call center remains open, and we're encouraging you to call the center.
Call the
and,
center.
make your pledges.
Make your pledges at 434-1034. That's 434-1034 and 231-8430. 231-8430. And we don't just want you to pledge. We need you to follow through.
Yes.
With that pledge. Please follow through with that pledge. And for the Barbados banking instructions, the account name, Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. The bank is CIBC First Caribbean International Bank. Come on, Bajans. Everybody in Barbados almost got a first pay.
It is
They do
true.
first pay. We do first pay. Almost everybody. So CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, beneficiary account number 1086924. 1086924. Account type checking. Branch Sheraton. Everybody knows how to get to Sheraton Center. Branch transit 09586. And if you're going to do a first pay, that's 1-246-233-4447. 1-246-233-4447. First pay email, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. Every dollar, pound, euro counts. Every single one.
We need you to continue to pledge. We need you to continue to commit to this effort. God forbid, it could be us tomorrow. Don't let our neighbors down. Let's continue to be the good Caribbean neighbors that we know we are. And let's continue to commit to Jamaica through this Mediathon.
Go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
didn't,
Natalie.
I didn't come to sing, but I'm just going to do a short thing here if y'all don't
Go right
mind.
ahead, of
So I'm going to
course.
take up any
Welcome it.
time. Yeah. Jamaica keeps striving. Give thanks and praises to Jah. He will keep you surviving. Jah will never let you down. Jamaica keeps striving. Rebuilding and thriving. Jamaica keep striving.
A little thing, but very impactful. Jamaica, keep thriving for sure. Keep striving, and we will
Sure you don't
rebuild
want to go down to
together.
the Wilson Theater downstairs, and you brought these soundtracks. Listen, speak to Joel,
But with that being said, we do have someone lined up in our arts and lecture theater right now. Our next performing artist is doing some poetry. So I would like you to welcome Miss Ashley Thomas, who'll be doing a poem for our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Jamaica, keep thriving.
This is Jamaica by Peter Gracie. This is Jamaica. This is my country. A son of this island, a daughter of this land, fearless of fears. I stand in awe. Only love prevails, secured in God's hands. This is Jamaica, where joy cometh in the morn, surrounded by mystic waters, crashing onto the shores, where only heroes are born. Only if you knew Jamaica as well as I do, then you would utter, I love you, Jamaica. God knows I do. This is Jamaica, a simple speck in the universe. Our hearts beat and pulse in every nation, but only second to the kingdom of God. We put Jamaica first. I am Jamaican, regardless of where you may find me. Black, green, and gold are the marrows in my bones. So if I die away from my island, I pray to God you take me home. I love you, Jamaica.
You recommend over here? Put the opposite city we're sitting?
Yeah, you can sit in here.
Over here? So put the other ear there?
Yeah.
In the night, we got a hit. In the morning, it was a break. We went outside and able to look. Whereas from here to that's where that's over there is red light. That's the community. I could be able to look from over there and see over here to realize that this side of the road is cut off. While by Tuesday we were able to make a little footpath up, so we could be able to reach up here. When we come up here, we can see the devastation.
Okay, so there's a community beyond here.
Yes, there's a matter of fact, there's a community over there. On that side, it's called Settlement. The camp is above here. That's the soldier camp, Newcastle. And this road goes straight back to Buff Bay, Port Antonio, along the north coast, right around. So this is really the main road.
So there's a lot of disadvantage happening here right now.
Definitely.
What's happening to the community, the residents? How are they getting out right now?
Well, those people are marooning right now. They have to either walk, go down, cross some river and get back to red light, or go back to Garden Town. If not, they have to take the road up, take the trucks and come over this side and head down.
Okay. How are you doing?
Well, we're trying to survive. We're getting over it. I have my farm up here. That's where I'm coming from. Just go up there, picking a little coffee and... a matter of fact, a little that is left. A little that is left.
Okay, we spoke to another coffee farmer earlier. He said this is going to really impact the coffee industry.
Definitely, most definitely.
Tell me about
because the crop has just begun coming in now. We don't even reach quarter of it as yet. So we're gonna last more than 3/4 of the crop. Blue Mountain coffee is gonna be short.
So
I
for
can
those
say
who
that.
don't know, how is coffee grown and how would the hurricane have impacted the crop exactly?
Well, what really happened is that all the coffee, matter of fact, majority of the coffee on the trees are blown off. Most of the trees are blown down. So for the next 3 years before we can really recuperate on coffee.
Okay, one
At
thing
least
I've
the
been
next 3
hearing
years.
for the last few days, everybody that I've spoken to
Yes.
said about the resilience of Jamaicans. How do you feel about what your countrymen are experiencing and what do you say to them right now?
Well, we're on this side, we have to give thanks, and we're most grateful, and we're saying that even though we are hit, we're grateful for what we have left, because we're not destroyed as those on the west. Seeing what happened down there, we have to give thanks for up here, because at least we can walk around now, even though we cannot drive as we would like to, but we can walk around and see a little greenness on that side. I can't see like this, so we are still grateful.
those images continue to almost haunt with how serious they are. By the way, you're not seeing things. You're seeing exactly what you're supposed
I'm
to be
telling you.
seeing. Kirk Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Gail. You're doing a phenomenal job. Really blown away at the team and this effort. And it really shows, again, we're one Caribbean, one people, one love. Big ups to Jamaica.
Absolutely. So we are continuing to press the give button. Crystal J. Paul, who is at the call center at STARCOM Network, Crystal J. has thrown down the gauntlet. She has laid down the law. She wants her $20,000 before the end of this broadcast, and I say give it to good Crystal J. So let Kirk start the ball rolling with how you can start the donations flowing.
Thank you, Gaynell. Well, your Barbados banking information, your instructions, the account name, Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL, bank, CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, and that beneficiary account number 1086924. That's 1086924. All right? Checking account, branches Sheraton, and your branch transit 09586. All right? First pay, 246-233-4447. One more time, put that one in there. 1-246-233-4447. Or first pay email, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com.
So the wonderful thing is that people have actually been messaging us on our various platforms because, yes, we also want to make sure that the diaspora can definitely get involved. Got a message from the UK. Of course, my question is why you ain't sleeping, but they're not. So as long as you're up and you're listening, here we go with the international wire transfers with the pounds sterling. The Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL is the beneficiary. It's the account number of 10869246924. All of them are checking accounts. All of them are at Sheraton, which means the branch transit number is the same, 09586. Now, the correspondent bank for those making the donations in pound sterling is Barclays Bank PLC in London. That SWIFT code is BARCGB22, and the beneficiary bank, as I said, is CIBC Caribbean Bank Barbados Limited, SWIFT code FCI followed by 5 Bs. That's FCI followed by 5 Bs. We are also going to give you the information for those of you donating in US. But right now, we are going to take you over to one of the premier voices in gospel music, a messenger, absolutely inspirational. So we're going to make sure that we get you to her just a bit, because what are we? Live and fluid.
Fluid, man.
Right
Fluidity.
here, fluid, at UETV. So why not give us that information
Thank you, Gaynell.
from the US side of things?
Right, we are international wire transfers, USD, your United States dollars. Beneficiary, as Gaynell said, Barbados Red Cross Society Disaster RL. Beneficiary account number 1086924. Account type check-in and remain at Sheraton. So the branch transit number 09586. Correspondent bank, Wells Fargo Bank, New York. SWIFT code PNB PUS3 NNYC. ABA code 026005092. Beneficiary bank, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Barbados, and SWIFT code FCI BBBBB, FCI and 5 Bs, as Gaynell eloquently put it.
It's a lot of B's
It's a lot of
going
Bs,
on
that's
right
5B.
there. Exactly. But right now we're going to turn our attention to our friends in River Road, because I saw the weather outside. Any road could be River Road at this point, Barbados. Why y'all didn't tell me it was raining like this? But anyhow, Crystal J. Paul is manning the team down there. Lots of volunteers, lots of calls and donations, I hope. Crystal J.
Yes, yes, yes. We are here. We are here. We are taking your calls. 434-1034. 434-10. Listen, every time we say the number, the phone rings. 434-1034. You make sure you call. If you're overseas, it's 1-246-434-1034. And I love what Gaynell said. Yes, we laid down the law. Let's see if we can get to 20 $20,000, 20 grand, 20K, however you want to say it. Let's see if we can get that done before the end of the night. It's now 10 minutes past 6 here in Barbados and all across the Eastern Caribbean. In 50 minutes, can we get to $20,000? The last time I was on, I said that the total was $9,035. And from then till now, you've come through because we're at a what? Should I do another drum roll, team? All right, good. $11,330. $11,330. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. Now listen, I'm going to do a roll call, right? Because right now we have Power Broadcasting, CBC, and STARCOM Network Inc. all joined with UWI-TV, UWI-TV, and CBC TV, and we are live, and I'm calling on every one of you to give even $1. Now, if you want to give 1,000, nobody will stop you. $1, $10, $50, $5, as we say, one cocoa full basket. So if you give $1 and 10,000 people give $1, then it equals $10,000. So let's do it. Can we do it, team? Yes. All right. So in the next 50 minutes, you need to call 434-1034. You can send in your WhatsApp pledges as well, 231-8430. And if you have First Pay, that's CIBC Caribbean, it's 233-4447. Or you can use the email address financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. And listen, we're collecting money here at STARCOM as well and up at UWI. So you need to make sure to bring in your pledges. And I love what Natalie said. Please make good on your pledges. People need to... It's a race for the phone here. People need to hear from you. People need the money that you say you're going to send. Now, just to remind you that non-perishable items are being collected as well. Not today, but you can head to the DEM. That's the Department of Emergency Management. They're at Pelican Village in St. Michael, Bridgetown, St. Michael. You can go there during the week, Monday to Friday, for the next 2 weeks or so, and give your non-perishable items. And please, make it items that you would want for yourself. All right? In Jamaica, we say, "I don't want what left," right? Make sure that is something that you would want for yourself that you would give to somebody as well. So one more time, come 434-1034. Let's make it to $20,000 on this night. By the time the clock turns 7, at 7 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I heard somebody's in New York. Thank you so much for giving. If you're in London, thank you so much for giving. Wherever you may be in the UK, we have the wherewithal for you to be able to give, whether in the US. You can give in US dollars. You look out on the screen for the donation and the way to donate in US dollars and pound sterling as well. And if you're here locally, it's CIBC Caribbean 1086924. See, I remembered it. I memorized it just for you. 1086924 is the account number to give, 1086924. Or you can call 434-1034. If you're overseas and you wish to call, the area code is 1246. All right, so one more time. We're at $11,330. Let's see if in now 6:14. Oh dear. How many minutes left before 7 o'clock? 46. Oh, you see? All right, mathematician. 46 minutes. Let's see how far we can go if you can make it to 20K. Let's go.
Thank you, Crystal J, and thank your charges as well, working ever so hard, and volunteering as well. This is the big thing. You know, there are plenty of things we could be doing on a Sunday, right? But here we are. So don't forget that there is also a QR code. It will take you to the banking details. So in case you're thinking, I didn't remember everything that Crystal J memorized, I didn't have everything that Kirk said, there is a QR code. Scan it, it'll take you there, and you can choose to donate right then and there, and there's no such thing as too little. Kirk, I wanted to implore you, in your other capacity, of which there are many, but you are a literal Farmer Brown. Literal Farmer Brown. He's an actual farmer. Like, you know, sweet potato, just the way Marvay said it.
Produce.
Right, produce. But when we heard the gentleman in the video talking about, you know, how the plants, especially for the coffee, That hit me hard. I took it very personally.
Like it, yeah.
Very personally.
That affects your supply.
Oh, but it
Yeah.
does. But you see, we say that lightly, but it really does affect supply and what is available, not only to the people on the ground, but in terms of their exports. You're a farmer. How much work and time to recover does this actually take when something untoward like this happens?
It's that's why it's natural devastation, national devastation, because it's a natural disaster. You're not expecting it, so it's not planned, it's not perceived. So again, you're getting up the day, you're looking at your animals, whether they're out in the field or your poultry in a pen, and when you lose that, you have to look at rebuilding all your infrastructure.
Yeah.
Your supply, your electrical utilities, just like your home, just like residential. When you're looking at crops, sometimes the ground is so saturated or so damaged. Sometimes you can't plant there for a month, weeks, or a year.
Because I hear about the
Serious.
regeneration of the soil that has to happen. That could take months.
Could take months. And we learned that from the pandemic. People often take farming for granted, but it's critical. People need to eat. Or in Jamaica, they say people need to eat. So they need food. You need to be producing from farm to table, farm to fork. So salute to the farmers in the rebuilding efforts and those who right now in the interim are continuing to feed our people, all through the Caribbean.
Absolutely. So, I mean, just thinking about it would literally swell the head. And for people like me who are like, right? But there are people, dozens, hundreds, thousands of people who are literally at the mercy of Mother Nature and climate change, and it's not changing in our favor, certainly not in this region. Okay? So I've just heard a little whisper from the producer in the ear, so I believe what we're going to have is more spoken word, and this is lyrical, the delivered. Let's deliver it.
Hey, blessed night, everybody. Name is L to the Y, R to the Y, C to the A to the L. Wishing you all, trust me, come out. This is one Caribbean, one people, one God. Let's do this. Him and the holy creator, them don't know we gonna find out late. And his name me your truth, don't tell me nothing about no Buddha. This black power, me no enter. Black still on the gates, yeah. You coulda black, white, yellow, coulda indigo. There's a heaven and a hell, this much we know. When you're dead, to one of them you gots to go. So the mercies of God, one of gots to know. Seek forgiveness for the things one I did before. Repent, ask Jesus, sin no more. Might be tough in the spirit, still we gots to grow. But this much we gots to know that there's one God. You are the holy creator, them don't know, they gonna find out late. And his name me the truth, and don't tell me nothing about no Buddha. This black power, me no enter. Black still on the gates can't enter. Now give me no bomb, no detonator. Love your neighbor as yourself and me no hater. Me for this angel coulda Pentecost. 7 days coulda Jew we live the Holocaust. Muslim coulda monk, now we coming cross. Baptist coulda rust we head tied with cloth. You coulda servant, coulda be boss. Without price in all your life, you know your soul it lost. From heaven to earth and him bear the cross. And during blood, him pay the cost. So me say, him and the holy creator, them don't know they gonna find out later. And his name me your truth, don't tell me nothing about no Buddha. This black power, me no enter. Blacks alone the gates can't enter. Now give me no bomb, no detonator. Love your neighbors, yourself, and me no hate. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Alison Norville.
Of your love astounds me.
Come on.
The creation of your world blows me away.
And at a time such as this, when our brothers and sisters in Jamaica has been ravished by Hurricane Melissa, I encourage you for you all come together, donate, give. It's how we live. One God, one people, one Caribbean, one unity, one. Come on! I'm telling you. One God, that's who you are. Yeah. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the stage, my brother, from another mother, but same father, Father is Christ. MOG, Brother Glenn.
Yo.
Yeah.
Good evening to all.
And at such a time as this, the scripture says that we are our brother's keeper. We encourage each of you to do what we do, and that's to shine the light.
Yes.
In a dark time such as this. Let's do this! MOG.
Ministers of the gospel. Let your light so shine.
Let's do this!
I see the world is dark out there. Some people lost, can't find them way. The blessings of God, they lack same way. For the savings of souls, we not stop pray.
Well, no, me no come here for
watch face.
Come for shine some light in a
dark place.
They're gonna say don't get caught up in the
rat race.
Poor wanna go and get burn up in a No, me no come here for
watch face.
Come for shine some light in a
dark place.
They're gonna say don't get caught up in the
rat race.
Poor wanna go and get burn up in a
No.
To the power of forgiveness is sanctified. Sent down him Sunday for you one day. On the cross, Jesus he bled and died. It's the name of Jehovah me glorify. You see the devil wanna get back the eye. Get back me Satan, you are the worst, my Lord, and the best for you. Brother Glenn, come for testify.
Watch me. Justify just like say we never sin. And you know therefore the wages of sin. Salvation and forgiveness where Christ bring when him die upon the cross, him die for sin. Free of cost, it don't cost me anything. But me know say it cost him anything. But the gift of God we live, and me know people them want to live it.
No, we don't come here for
watch face.
Come for shine some light
in a dark place.
Beg on us say don't get caught up
in a rat race.
Who wanna go and get run up in a No, we not come here for
watch face.
Come for shine some light
in a dark place.
Beg on us say don't get caught up in the
rat race.
Who wanna go and get run up in a
See the world is dark out there. Some people lost, can't find them way. The blessings of God, they lack same way. For the savings of souls, we not stop pray. So we walk by faith, not by sight. Trusting in God, the Lord is mine. Not by his power, not by his, but by his spirit. Boy.
So any, they shine must be bright light. Because your light or street light. Like I step on the hill that
and Jesus in a we have to keep light.
And then we talk, we have to big him up.
I know we, and Jesus we big him up.
All of the and no one glory we.
He will draw all man to him, once we lift him up.
No, we no come here for
watch face.
Come for shine some light
in a dark place.
We're gonna say don't get caught up in
a hot place.
Who wanna go and get one up in a No, we no come here for watch face. Come for shine some light in a dark place. We're gonna say don't get caught up in the rat race. And trust me, the place is like Black River. Right now, you know, it's a dark place.
Yeah.
All is St. Elizabeth. But trust me, our love goes out to you.
Yes, Jamaica.
One people, one Caribbean, one unity, one God. MOG, out.
That's a good.
Lyrical the Delivered and MOG, and boy, did they deliver. The room seems to have gotten smaller or the public has gotten greater. Either way, I love it because the more people we get on this couch, the more perspectives, the more faces and voices and information that we can share accordingly. So if you don't mind, Kirk, I'll start from my end.
Ladies first, go right ahead.
Right here to my right, probably your TV left, is Simon Anderson, director of the George Allen Chronic Disease Center right here at the UWI. And to his right, we have Dr. Damien Cohall, Dean, Faculty of Medical Sciences, the UWI Cayfield campus. And then to his right, you can take it from here, Kurt.
Marlon Matheson with the Jamaican Student Association.
No correction, Jamaica Association of Barbados.
Jamaica Association of Barbados. And these guys are here representing for Jamaica. You need to continue to support, and they're here to give us a little more insight.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start with Simon, who's directly beside me. And what is your role in the center here at UWI?
Okay, so I'm professor of population health sciences and cardiovascular medicine, and our center is actually a unit of something called the Caribbean Institute of Health Research, which is situated on the Mona campus in Jamaica. And so we are indirectly impacted, as our colleagues are directly, and we focus on health research in the region.
So health has definitely been one of the areas that the microscope has been under, because when you don't have a regular supply of necessary medicine that you rely on to take on a daily basis.
Yes.
What does one do in a situation like this, and how does this particular center support those most in need?
Well, I think the critical thing here, as you say, is that a lot of individuals who would have been impacted are going to be suffering from some of the chronic conditions, diabetes, hypertension, and other conditions like that. And in particular for diabetes, where some people may need to use insulin, which requires them to put their insulin in a refrigerator because it has to be cooled, and then that needs to be stored and taken as and when. If your fridge and your current and your light and your electricity is gone, then you're going to have to, we're going to have different ways of trying to deal with this challenge. One is, I know Barbados has a field hospital to be set up from November 18 in Jamaica. There are other field hospitals in the region, but individuals may have to shift from their insulin, which is an injection-related treatment, to tablet form, until they're able to get the supplies that they need.
Yeah.
But the other thing to do around that is to probably make sure that food is going to be a critical thing, and at this point in time, people are just going to be eating for energy and not really thinking about the quality of food.
Yeah, it's what's available as well.
Because it's what's available.
Yeah.
And that it may have an intermediate and long-term impact on health. So that, in the public health sense, is a crisis waiting to happen.
And often probably not one that we give immediate thought to. Sure, loss of life we give thought to, and we're concerned about that. Physical injury, but sometimes we don't give enough thought to the long-term impact of when you have been going without what you absolutely needed for the sustenance of a relatively pristine life. You didn't have it, how that sets an entire system back.
Absolutely, and we think about it in a biopsychosocial perspective. In other words, the physical being and the mental being and the social being, we have to have all these three in consistency within ourselves. If our mental state is out because we're anxious about, a lot of these, we saw students on, their parents are going to be thinking about, how am I going to manage to send the funds over to look after the students who are in school. There'll be children who are going to be impacted. So right across the life course, there's going to be a huge impact on anxiety, depression, and that in a way is going to cause problems for people to recover and to restore themselves after this. So the spiritual side of things tend to tie things up together for some people, but really and truly, you have to deal with the need that arises at the moment.
Correct.
And at the moment, it's food, shelter, and that sort of security that's required.
Absolutely. Now, he mentioned the student that we just happen to have on here. And Kirk, perhaps you can chat with our friend here and just find, basically, how you doing?
That's
how
right.
you going?
Mr. Madison, how has it been interacting with the students, rebuilding? I love the words used. You're rebuilding, you're retooling, refocusing. What's it been like on the ground with your team?
Well, so far, one of the things I love about us as Jamaican people, we're perseverant, we're very resilient.
Resilience.
Right? So even when Hurricane Melissa was coming, we had our spirits high. Even with it passing, yes, it had a lot of damage, a lot of devastation. But what I must commend is how quick we were able to get together to want to pool resources to get these relief assistance to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica that would have been critically impacted. I remember my sister was sending me a video about how she was with her godmother in Mandeville, based on where she attends school, and how she saw roofs flying off, etc. I was grateful she's protected, but then again, what about those people who would have lost their roofs, those people who would have lost their livelihoods, etc.? So in our association group, what we did was... Oh, sorry about that. In our association group, what we did was we came together as an executive. We had a meeting, I think it was the middle of the night when everything was happening, Hurricane Melissa was happening, and we're listing items that we would need, items that we would implore persons to donate, so that we could then put together to ship
to
home.
assist, yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And we heard the guest speaking earlier, and it's amazing, speaking of resilience, how hard the impact has been, the personal stories of loss of property, the damage, persons still by the river. You understand?
Yes.
Tell us about your personal account apart from your family. Hearing all those stories, because there's a lot of mental health too, because you're dealing with so much. How has it been like hearing from so many people impacted in a variety of ways?
One thing I could say, genuinely, it was heart-wrenching. I mean, you're looking at images of Jamaica. You as a child growing up, you know, you had a lot of memories.
What was there?
Right? A lot of families would be able to go to Negril. I remember when my grandfather passed in 2018, to kind of recenter and refocus as a family, we took a trip to Negril, right? To just, you know, get back to a good headspace, right? And then looking to see what happened in Negril. You know, I can't believe that this was Negril 2018, 2019, even last month, right? Hearing what has happened to so many other people in terms of their homes, especially those, because what happened is that in Jamaica, you have a lot of persons centrally located in Kingston, but it would have family ties and roots in rural Jamaica, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, etc. For them, seeing the family home, the place where they normally go for reunions, etc., just destroyed all of that memories of great family moments and bonds. Disappeared like that. It really did take a toll, a lot of them mentally and emotionally, as my colleague would have just mentioned, right? So for a lot of us, it is maintaining that hope, but in a sense grieving, right? And using that grief to fuel our relief as well as our recoordinating to go forward.
And that's what it's all about today. One Caribbean, one people, one love, Jamaica. Everyone here coming together and encouraging you at home, your phone, wherever you are, to contribute and to stick with us right here. Hear these stories and understand it could happen to anyone.
Now, Dean Cohall, I know that as the Dean of the faculty, there might be a temptation to look to the scholarly for the answers. And I'm not sure that you're walking around with a briefcase full of answers, but what can you tell your people and the people in the diaspora?
Thank you for that question. And before I attempt to answer, I just want to, let all my Jamaican people know that I'm definitely all in solidarity with you this evening. I was there from the passing of the hurricane. I was on the phone with family relatives in Jamaica. I have been there since, and I've been reaching out to persons in diaspora, persons here in Barbados, and of course, most importantly, not only my mom and close relatives in Kingston and St. Andrew, but also family relatives who are in some of the deeply affected areas. But going back to your question, yes, do we have a briefcase of answers to address all the concerns? The quick answer is no. But what I can share is that we have, over the years, developed a practice based on prior experiences with natural disasters. Hurricane Melissa was indeed impactful, a Category 5 hurricane, but before Hurricane Melissa, and I want you to listen to this because I'm a storyteller, 37 years ago, we had Hurricane Gilbert that created mass, devastation in Jamaica, because it hit Jamaica, longitudinally as opposed to laterally, as Melissa would have did from the western side. But guess what? 37 years before Gilbert, there was Hurricane Charlie in 1951. So I like to tell folks, when I'm asked about Jamaica's response to Melissa, to say that Jamaica is a resilient country. We are also storm resilient because we have had these experiences before. And each time we have built bigger and stronger. So Simon would have mentioned some of the responses as it relates to addressing the public health crisis, the environmental health crisis. And the good thing is that you don't have to depend on the experts in the Faculty of Medical Sciences alone, because we have seen a very important, impactful response from civil society and even entities outside of Jamaica, for example, PAHO and CARFA. even the Ministry of Health and Wellness here in Barbados would have, loaned their field hospital. So we have a Caribbean response as it relates to providing necessary medical advice and guidance to help address the current public health crisis, but also help to secure lives and ensure that there's some normalcy returning very soon for Jamaica.
And that gives some measure of pause and some measure of relief, knowing that we have some structures in place. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for taking time today, and we continue to pray for the people of Jamaica and the diaspora and your continued resilience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And guess what? We also have a wonderful first-year UE student by the name of Shanila Dixon, and she's also going to contribute her talents to this Mediathon.
I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Oh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she told me in the tropics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Chronix. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name. She tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. So dry your eyes, girl, smile. Oh, smile for me, Jamaica, Lord. She have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest kiss. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss. That's it. And an evening sweet, yeah. But she tell me, say she tired. Tired of the exploits and the liar. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them sunset and the fern, and all them give is abuse in return. And I said, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself for me. I want me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Oh, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. So dry your eyes, girl, smile. Oh, smile for me, Jamaica.
How could you not smile? How could you not smile after that? Girl, we needed you. We needed you at this hour. Speaking of which,
sweet.
what hour are we at? Let me check my clock. We got 22 minutes
And
because
counting.
we have a very ambitious target and we want to reach it not just for Crystal J, but for the whole of Jamaica. Listening to the three gentlemen speaking just now, it really drove home how these things not only impact, but they repeat.
Yes.
And you have to keep building and rebuilding and making sure that you remain resilient.
That
and
word.
learning from the lessons past.
The retooling, resilience for sure. And I want to salute to everyone in Jamaica watching. We know there's a lot watching for sure and streaming. Yeah.
So at this stage, we want to welcome into our broadcast this evening the Honorary Council of Jamaica, Ms. Ella Hoyos.
Truly a pleasure.
Ella, can you hear us? I know while she gets up her connection there, just to be sure. And we just want to make sure that you know that there is a QR code available because we've been giving you banking information all evening long, not stuff that you're necessarily going to retain. And guess what? It's not just for today, tomorrow, next week, payday. You know, you put aside a little something, something. And remember those other non-monetary donations that we are taking, cleaning supplies, hygienic supplies, the non-perishable food items, and they can all be donated at the barrel at DEM. There are barrels all around the place, but there's a DEM container, and that's just right there in Pelican Village. So as you're traversing, just pick up a few extra things in your cart and donate, because believe you me, every little bit absolutely counts.
Echoing those sentiments, donate today. But remember, your financial donations, all those tokens or essential items, you really need them to keep coming in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, and where the clothing is concerned, because I remember I made a mental note of that as well.
Yep.
The clothing, clean, good condition. Also, not necessarily like work informal. I mean, the ball's gonna be a bit, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
They need practical clothing.
Practical.
You know,
Yeah.
jeans, long sleeve shirts if you can get it, t-shirts, shorts. Remember children's clothes. As a matter of fact, I do have a friend who often does a nice little yearly clean out.
Yeah.
This time we know
That's
exactly
true.
where this target can go.
Yeah.
Okay, you do a nice little clean out, because kids grow to their clothes so fast.
Yeah.
Right? They don't really even get the full practical use.
Sometimes
of
you
it.
don't even get to wear.
You really don't even get to
pass
wear
the
it.
time and you get a different size.
Oh my gosh.
So you pass it on. Share
Pass
the
it
load.
on. This is
Yes,
a
yes.
fantastic place with which to pass it on. And we're just going to make it happen, because we have to make it happen for our people. And they are our people. Make no mistake about that. So hear what? You can see the QR code. It was just on the screen. I took it over for whatever reason, but it was just on the screen. When next you see it, you scan it, you grab it, you follow the instructions. So what we're going to do here is we're going to introduce you to our friend who just popped into the studio. Now, this is what I call very responsive, very reflexive. Why don't you introduce yourself and who you are to this entire broadcast?
Okay, my name is Simon Chu. I'm the COO of Zulu Entertainment, and I'm here to basically explain to people why they should come out in numbers.
There you go. Just keep it
Why
right
they
back.
should
Make sure
come
they
out
can
in-
hear you.
Yeah, why they should come out in numbers and help out with any way they can with Jamaica. Water, bottled water, canned foods, even clothes, anything of that such, because I don't really look at Jamaica as another country. I see it as almost a parish. It's family.
The 12th parish. I like that.
Exactly. So we need to stick together, you know, and come as one. We've always been known as the West Indies. And right now, more than ever, we need to show everyone around the world what happens when we come together and get Jamaica back on their feet again.
Okay, so specifically, what is Zulu facilitating to just make it a little simpler for people?
Right now, you can bring everything. Well, we're shipping everything to Jamaica right now. You can carry our stuff at Event Pass, which is in town. Or when we're doing our event on the 23rd of November, you can bring your things, and there's going to be a container there that we can load up one time. And when it's full, we're going to send it down with clothes, food, water, the essentials, the important things.
Right. That's
Critical.
awesome. Make sure you follow Zulu on Instagram. Y'all have a TikTok?
No, we don't have, well, we have a TikTok, but it's not running, but Zulu Entertainment _ Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for
All right,
popping
you're
by.
welcome. Thank you so
and
much
thank
for
you
having
your
me.
initiative.
All right,
Absolutely.
thank you, brother.
So
All
this
right.
is fantastic stuff. Now, what we want to do is we want to take you over for the gift of gifts. And she truly has a magical gift in her voice and her delivery and her sermon and her testimony. She is Barbados' own Paula Hines.
Woo!
Jamaica, I pray that God will speedily send relief your way. In Jesus' name, this one is for you. There will be mountains that you will have to climb, and there will be battles that you just got to fight. But victory or defeat, it's up to you to decide. But how can you expect to win? Yes, you have to try. You just cannot give up now. No, no, no. You've come too far from where you started from. No one said that this road is gonna be easy, and I don't believe God brought you this far and would leave you. Never said there wouldn't be trials, never said you would not fall, never said that everything would go the way you want it to go. But when your back is against the wall and you feel, Lord, the hope is gone, you just lift your head up to the skies and say, Lord, I need to be strong. You just cannot give up now. No, 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 no. You've come too far from where you started from. And no one said that this road is gonna be easy, and I don't believe God brought you this far and would leave you. No, He did not bring you out here to leave you lonely, even when you can't see clearly. I know that God is with you, so I say you just cannot give up right now. Keep on fighting, yes. Come too far from where you started from. And no one said that this road will be easy. We're all here with you, fighting with you. You're gonna win. I will not give upon you. No, 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 no. We're serving a mighty great God, and He's gonna bring you through. So keep on fighting. The road is not gonna be easy, but I know that you, yes you can, yes you can. Keep your head above the water. You just cannot give up now. Resist the urge to give up. Resist the urge to cry and cry. Pick yourself up. God will give you strength to carry on. I don't believe it brought you this far and will leave you. You just cannot give up now. Keep on walking, keep on running, keep on striving and this road is gonna be easy, and I don't believe God brought you this far to leave you. I said I don't believe God brought you this far and would ups and leave you. I'd encourage you, yes, you can. God is able. Love you.
The phenomenal Paula Hines, a true gem of gospel music right here in Barbados. And right now we're going to send it over to another gem of gospel music in Barbados, but tonight she has a very different role in River Road. Christo J. Paul.
Yes, Gaynell, thank you very much. And listen, we can't give up now. People, will you believe it? If I told you we are on our way to 20K, And it's only 11 minutes left. Yeah, you can applaud for that. That's fine. Yes. And we have 10 minutes more. Oh my goodness. Oh yes, we are on our way to 20K. And I'm seeing now that even more money has come in. So right now, we are at a whopping $18,130. Yes, woo! Oh my goodness, what an exciting time. Yes, somebody's on the phone, so we have to bring it down a notch or two. Okay, so we thank you so much for your continued pledges. Keep on calling. We can make it past 20K in the next 10 minutes. 434-1034. That's 434-1034 if you're calling from outside of Barbados. It's 1-246-434-1034. If you're doing WhatsApp, 1-246-231-8430. That's 1-246-231-8430 for WhatsApp. First pay, 1-246-233-4447, or really just 233-4447. And you can send via email as well, financeofficer@barbadosredcross.com. Yes, folks. So we're at $18,130. Oh, my goodness. So we have a little under $2,000 left to go, and we can surpass that this Sunday evening. We're going for another 9 minutes or so. So let's see how much we can get in at that time. Just to let you know, we will continue to take your pledges and your donations here at STARCOM Network and at UWI as well. And of course, you can continue to send in your donations, not just your pledges now, but your donations for the next couple of weeks. We are ready and waiting to take your donations. And remember, non-perishable items at the DEM in Pelican Village, St. Michael. Non-perishable items. Give what you would want for yourself, okay? Give what you would want for yourself. That's a good gauge right there. All right, so $18,130. Let's go. Let's see how far we can take it before we head to 7 o'clock. 8 minutes and counting.
Ganel. Good evening, Barbados. Good evening, wider Caribbean. I'm here with Dr. Henderson Carter. We are the ones in what we call the driving seat, but the person behind is no other than Joel Ford, who agreed once we had the go-ahead from Mr. Anthony Green of STARCOM, and we thank Sanka Price from CBC, the Caribbean and the Caribbean Broadcasting Union as well. And of course, here at Kville, we thank Dr. Janet Carew, and we congratulate her on her elevation too. And the indefatigable Maxi Baldeo, a veteran in the business. And we thank Maxi for making himself available.
Thank you so much. Dr. Carter.
And I want to continue in that vein of thanking. And I want to thank Caribbean Cuisine, Stacey Graham, for providing the food today. Some wonderful, sumptuous delicacies we had downstairs. And of course, someone provided callaloo soup as well. I want to thank...
Not someone. Vinci Deborah Murray.
Deborah Murray? Yes.
Joel says she's not doing this unless she had callaloo soup, but I hope callaloo soup is left for Joel after this.
Yes, yes. We have a big pot of soup. And I want to thank you colleagues here for coming out here and doing this. Without you, we could never have done this. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
And to thank our principal, Professor R. Clive Landis, and our deputy principal, Professor Winston Moore, for giving us the go-ahead. And he's so happy that the University of the West Indies could do this broadcast with our partners, the Nation and STARCOM, all of them, to make this a reality. And finally, I want to thank all the donors, those who pledged, the people who've donated already, people who are still donating, still pledging. I say to you, continue to pledge. We want to reach $1 million.
Love it. And I think on behalf of my colleagues,
That's right. And to you as well. We have a performance coming up from Damien Marvey.
That's correct.
Marvey, and of course, continue to donate and continue to support.
Good day, everybody. Firstly, quickly, just want to say much love to anybody out there who's having a difficult time, difficult day, difficult year. Much love to you. But this one is especially for Jamaica. After everything that they've given us over the decades and centuries, it's time for us to give something back. Run it. Jamaica. Sing it. This is one for the livers. I never see so much obstacles before. I gotta pray some more. I gotta try and forget about it. I never say I'm perfect, and yes, I fall, but I gone again. See, my journey will never go in vain, no, no. And that's why I gotta push and go through, you must push and go through, you must push. When my fire burns, you can see it from miles away. And the light from the flame is called my destiny. The road might be a little muddy, but cut and go through like Juve. Along the way I might stumble, but remain humble. I'm not ashamed to say that yes, I fall, but I gone again. See, my journey will never go in vain, no, no. Yes, I fall, but I rise again. See, this journey will never go in vain, no, no. That's why I gotta push and go through, you must push and go through, you must push and go through all the way, yeah, yeah. I never see so much obstacles before. What? I gotta pray some more. I gotta try and forget about it. So let me go back to my people, feel yourself wherever you are. We alive. We got breath. We got hope. My greatest concern is to not live in misery. So it's best I jam cause we have a chemistry. Been doing this a long, long time. It's my remedy for peace of mind. And even if you stumble, just remain humble. I'm not ashamed to say that yes, I fall, but I gone again. See, my journey will never go in vain, no, no. Yes, I fall, but I rise again. See, this journey will never go in vain, no, no. You got to push and go through, you must. You got to push and go through, you must. You must push and go through all the way, yeah, yeah. I never see so much obstacles before. I gotta pray some more. I gotta try and forget about it. So let me go back to me, jump, 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 yeah. So let me go back to me, jump, 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 yeah. And yes, I fall, but I gone again. See, my journey will never go in vain, no, no. You got to push. Much love.